A Christmas tradition on Poker Fraud Alert Radio. We always lead off with Santa Claus Has Got the AIDS This Year by Tiny Tim. Maybe one year Santa Claus won't have the AIDS and he'll be able to bring you gifts, but just every year it doesn't happen. That's why you have no gifts next to your Christmas tree when you wake up in the morning. That's why it is empty, because Santa Claus has the AIDS, and maybe he'll be back next year when a doctor can cure him. Maybe. Well, it's been a while. Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I'm your host, Todd Druff Watellis. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on December 21st, 2025. The time right now is 3:10 a.m. Another middle of the night show. Of course, there's no free roll. I'm thinking maybe the next show we do will have a free roll, and it won't be in the middle of the night. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Anyway, I'm going to get done what I can here, and hopefully it'll be the whole agenda. We have a number of topics, of course, because it's been about a month since I was last on, actually about 5 weeks, so it's been quite some time. A number of things have happened, as you might guess, and for that reason, I'll keep the intro short and sweet. So if you want to call, you can't, because we still don't have a working phone. Isn't it nice how everything just declines over time? We used to have a working phone. We don't anymore. We used to have co-hosts all the time. We don't anymore. But we still have a show, even if it's on once every month or so, but still here for the moment. But if you want to call, you can't call, but you can text me. Same number as always, 775-372-8355, which spells 775-FRAUD-55. You can listen to the show through the call to listen line, which went down for a while, but I was not going to let that disappear. I was not going to let that go away. I had to fight hard for that, but I got it back up. 518-931-1189 is the call to listen line. 518-931-1189 is not a number you can call to talk to me, but you can listen to me. It will work from any phone in the world. No smartphone or app required. Just very simple. You call up and listen, just like you did in the old days. Actually not. This wasn't really something that was around in the old days, but it should have been. 518-931-1189, the call to listen line. Of course, most of you will be listening to this show in archive format. You're not listening live, most likely. It's being broadcast live, but since it's 3 a.m. Pacific on a Sunday, you're probably asleep. Maybe you're going to get up and watch football, but you're probably asleep right now. The list of platforms where this show airs is pretty extensive. In fact, I think it's more extensive than just about any podcast you can find. We're on iTunes, TuneIn, iHeartMedia, Spotify, YouTube, Audible, Odyssey, Amazon Alexa, just say Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio podcast, and CastBox. We're on all that stuff. And on YouTube, It's the same thing as the audio show. We don't really add video to it. It's just a logo for Poker Fraud Alert Radio. But I do get a tiny bit of money, and I really mean a tiny bit. So don't feel bad if you don't want to use YouTube. But I do get a tiny bit of money from when you watch on YouTube. So keep that in mind. If you like YouTube, if you like watching or listening on YouTube, that's actually the best for me. But don't worry about it if you don't want to use it. We have so many different ways to listen. I'm just happy if you listen. And I try to get this up within about 3 days of when I record it, sometimes a little bit sooner, sometimes a little bit longer. But I do go through an editing process so the show sounds good. I really don't remove much content other than when there's fail or, I have to pause the show to look up something. Just things that don't make it sound as good. Make it a more polished show. We got to do something professional around here because in many ways it's amateur hour because I do everything. I'm the tech guy. I'm the host, I'm the research guy, I'm every guy, all rolled into one. But we do have an edited show for listenability, not for content. And if you don't want to hear the edited show, I have a suggestion. Listen live. Even though we don't announce it very often in advance anymore. It just kind of pops up. But at least there's still a show. This will very likely be the last show of 2025, which means when 2026 rolls around and we do a show in January, that will be the 15th calendar year that we are doing a show. The show is not 15 years old. In fact, it's not even 14 yet, but it will be the 15th calendar year from 2012 to 2026 that we've done a show. And I believe we are the longest running poker podcast / radio show in the world right now. I don't think there's anything that's been going longer. If I'm wrong, you can correct me, but I believe we are the longest running show right now. So that means something, right? At least we have longevity. You can go in the chat room if you're listening live, and you can type there to me if you like, and chat with anyone else who might be there at the moment. If you're not listening live, don't bother. You do need a forum account in good standing to be in there. And hello to Vegetera, who is listening from Sweden, I believe. Yeah, he is. So, hello to him. Long-time listener, Vegetera. He says, great time for Swedes. Yeah, it is. This is a good time for Swedes to listen at 11:15, or actually 12:15 a.m. on a p.m. 12:15 p.m. on Sunday. That's it. I got it. So, yeah, I guess it's good for Euros. But for everybody in the U.S., it's not good unless you're a night owl like me. Desert Runner, who is a friend of mine and listens to the show and also reads the forum, and posts on the forum, he likes to call it Vampire Radio because it's always on so late, and that's kind of accurate. So anyway, here's the agenda, and then we will start the actual show. I'm going to touch upon again the whole panic everybody's in regarding the upcoming gambling tax law, which takes effect on January 1st. So obviously we're damn close to when this is going to affect everybody. I did a long show about this back in August, and you can go find it in the archives. And it's not going to be that length of a segment. It's not going to be a super long segment like that one, because we're going to have a lot of repetition, and I don't want to do a lot of repetition, so I'm going to cover it from a more modern perspective of things that have changed since August. But I will cover the whole thing. It's just going to be kind of faster. And I'll tell you where we stand right now, and if this is going to kill professional gambling, if this is going to make things very hard on amateur gamblers, and if it is possible that you could actually owe tax to the IRS if you break even, which everyone is fearing. Is the fear justified? Is the panic justified? Or is it all overblown? I will tell you. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm feeling pretty confident about my opinion right now on this matter. It's different than a lot of people's, but I think there's a very good chance I'm going to end up right or mostly right. So that is my guess. I can't predict the future, but I'm feeling pretty confident in what I'm going to tell you that is going to occur in the future. Again, just a guess, but it's an educated guess. And I encourage you to listen to that segment if you care about this topic at all. And then I encourage you to ignore everything everyone else is saying, because there's a lot of really stupid opinions out there. Some are informed by panic. Some are informed by just misinformation. Some are informed by people who just like to be angry, like to complain. But I'm going to give it to you real. And I'm going to tell you what I really believe is going to happen. And I'll be very surprised if I'm very far off. And we'll see within the coming year, if I am correct. And I will gloat about this a year from now if I'm correct. And I think I will be. Then we will talk about another IRS topic, this one a happier topic, that the long-standing $1,200 that was the threshold for when you would get the annoying W-2G tax form when you would hit a jackpot or any other kind of big payout on a machine at a casino, that is finally being raised for the first time in 48 years, would you believe? And it's going from $1,200 to $2,000. You may have heard about this for a few months, so why are we discussing it now? Well, because now it is happening for sure, and I'll tell you the reason that it was held up until very, very recently. And there was a good possibility it wasn't going to happen because of an error that was made by those updating the law. A very stupid and boneheaded error, but an error nonetheless. But it has been cleared. I will tell you the whole story. And yes, on January 1st, 2000 will be the threshold. Then we're going to talk about the WSOP Paradise, which took place in Atlantis, Bahamas, and has taken place there since 2023. And we're going to talk about the record-breaking 26K Super Main Event. It was marred by some controversy, and then there were some other controversies about the whole WSOP Paradise in general. And I will give you my opinion on these controversies. So that's kind of like a multi-pronged segment there, and I think you'll find it interesting, even if you didn't go to the WSOP Paradise. It brings up a good issue, brings up a few good issues here we should discuss. Then we will discuss something adjacent to the WSOP Paradise. Remember Ren Lin, who was suspended by GG Poker? He's a GG Poker pro who somehow was not fired, but he was suspended, and he was supposedly suspended from the World Series. Well, that suspension turned out to be a farce because he got unbanned in time for the WSOP Paradise. So I'll tell you all about that. You may wonder what happened to me in Circa Survivor. I got very deep. I got to the final 2.7% of the field, and I lost. But I can't even have that much regret because I lost during the Thanksgiving week when every single favorite team lost. And remember, there's no point spread. You're just picking the team that's going to win or lose. So every single favorite lost, of course, including the one I picked. So I'll tell you what happened to me there, and I'll tell you some lessons I learned from the Circa Survivor. I will be back next year in the contest, and I might do a few things differently. A man is suing the Aria, claiming they drugged him and made him sign $75,000 worth of markers while he was completely out of it, and then he lost the money because he didn't know which way was up, and he doesn't remember any of this. Is this possible? Did the Aria really drug this guy? Is this something that could have happened? Or is this guy full of crap? Or is he incorrect even if he believes his own story? I will tell you my opinion of this, and I'll tell you more about this story when we get to that segment. Maurice Hawkins got beaten up at a Florida home poker game, and boy, this is a crazy story. It ended up with guns being involved in the aftermath. There were actual guns involved, not during the initial fight, but afterwards. I'll tell you the reason the fight happened. I'll tell you who was in the fight with him, and if this had anything to do with the debts that he owes to people, because he's a very unpopular guy in poker right now due to his combination of arrogance and stiffing people on many debts. He's just not liked in poker, let me put it that way. There are a lot of people in poker who are happy to hear that he got beaten up. Then we will talk about dogs in poker. Not dogs playing poker. I'm sure you've seen that painting. I'm not talking about the dogs playing poker painting. I'm talking about dogs in the poker room. Is it okay? And I'm talking about big dogs, not little lap dogs that you might see some girls bringing. I'm talking about those big dogs that are around and are technically allowed to be there due to a loophole in the law. Well, this subject came up on X when David ODB Baker posted pictures of two people with very large dogs, including one who had been called out before by somebody else back in April, also for bringing that very large dog to poker events. And that person's name is Jess Vierling, a female. So whose side do you think I am on here? Because David ODB Baker and I don't get along. We don't like each other. We haven't liked each other for more than 15 years. I don't like him. He doesn't like me. Is there any chance I was on his side here? You will find out. poker coach Faraz Jaka has gotten some heat for coaching and doing an event with right-wing influencer Tim Pool. A lot of people got angry about this, especially people on the left who really hate Tim Pool. Did he deserve this criticism? I will go over that. I'll read the criticism to you, and I will give you my opinion. And by the way, it has nothing to do with my own politics. So you may say, oh, of course you're fine with that because you're right-wing yourself. No, I'd feel the same way if he got the heat from a left-wing influencer that he coached, that right-wingers gave him heat. It's a very consistent opinion I have on this, and I will give it to you when we talk about him. DraftKings Predictions just launched, and it is actually the first legal, at least legal for the moment, I should say quasi-legal, but it's legal for you, and it's actually legal at the moment to operate, but it may not be for too long. First legal sports betting app in California and Texas history. Two very big states now have a way to bet sports without using an offshore site. So I will tell you about what DraftKings Predictions is. Yes, it is an offshoot of DraftKings. It's the same company. And then I'll tell you about the Indian tribes and why they're so angry about this. Stake.us, Clubs Poker, and Global Poker are going to be leaving the California market. So we're getting DraftKings Predictions here, but those three are leaving by December 30th due to a law having to do with sweepstakes gaming. So I'll explain that. Finally, if you've been to Vegas over the last, 20, 25 years, you've probably seen these discount ticket brokers where you can go and buy tickets for that night's shows and sometimes get a big discount, like up to half off because, well, these shows didn't sell enough tickets, or there's certain areas of the theater which did not sell well, and you can buy them at a big discount as long as you're willing to go down there on the same day and stand in line to do it. You're probably used to that whole thing. Well, I decided to finally try it. I decided to go to Tix4 Tonight, which also is known as Tix4 and Tix4 Vegas. I went there. I walked in there, and I tried to buy some discount tickets. I will tell you how it went. That is our show, which hopefully I'll get all the way through. No one topic is going to be super long. I can promise you that. But you know me. No topic's ever all that short either. So let's get going. I want to start off by talking about what's going on with the gambling tax law. Because there's a lot of panic all over X about this. A lot of panic all over Facebook about this. There's panic everywhere that starting January 1st, you can only deduct 90% of your losses from your winnings. And a lot of people are presenting some very, very ugly-looking scenarios that not only would make professional gambling of all kinds really non-viable for most people, but also it could cause amateurs to have to pay taxes when they've actually lost or broken even for the year. And we had a whole extensive discussion about this in August on this show. I did a long segment. The segment was actually pre-recorded in July, right before I went on my Europe trip, and I decided to hold it back and include it in the August show. So that's when most of you heard it was in August. But it's now 4 months later, and we're now very close to January 1st. I'm recording this on December 21st, 2025. So it's going to take effect, and it has not been repealed. It's still there. It's still going to be there. With this coming so soon, even though you won't have to file your taxes for 2026 until April 2027, which is a while away, you are going to have to consider starting January 1st of how much and what kind of gambling you want to do based upon this new tax law. And you've probably read some very, very scary stuff. And you're probably thinking, uh-oh, this is going to be horrible. You may even consider not gambling at all. Or maybe you're thinking the solution is to just start playing on offshore sites from now on. Well, hopefully when I'm done with this segment, you will understand this better. And you will have a much better idea of what's coming. Now again, I want to give some disclaimers. I'm not a tax professional. Do not take any advice I'm giving here and take it as gospel. Do not blame me if I tell you something that turns out to be incorrect, or if my assumptions turn out to not happen, or if the way I believe the IRS will work turns out not to be true. So if you get audited and in big trouble, don't say, Druff, this is your fault. I did what you said. No, I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm not giving you advice here. I'm just telling you the way I see it. And then you can go by what I say and make your own decisions. But know that I'm not an expert. I'm no more of an expert than you are. I'm just a guy who spent some time looking at it and have my own opinions. Okay, so that's my disclaimer here. I'm also not instructing anybody to cheat on their taxes. We're going to discuss that people will cheat on their taxes because I'm someone who's always real with you, and I'm not going to pretend that's not going to happen. But I'm not telling you to do it. So don't go to the IRS after you've been audited for cheating on your taxes and say, oh, well, Dan Druff of Poker Fraud Alert said this is okay to do. No, I'm not telling you it's okay to do. I'm just telling you what people are going to do based upon my observations of the gambling community for the past 25 years. So that's also something you should know. I'm not telling you to cheat on your taxes. Whatever you do is on you. So with all that said, let's get into what's going on, and let's get into what is likely. First of all, I don't want to spend forever on this part, but very quickly, I want to tell you what the change is, what it is and what it isn't. The change is actually very simple. If you're deducting losses from wins in gambling for tax purposes, and this only applies to people who itemize, and it only applies to people who either win in gambling or who lose 11% or less above what they won. So let's say your winnings are $100,000 for the year if you add up all your winning sessions, and your losses are $150,000 for the year. Then you've lost way more than 111% of what you've won. So in that case, this law would not apply to you. It does not affect you one bit. It only affects you if you either won, or you broke even, or you lost 11% or less above what you won. It's the only way it affects you. If anyone tells you otherwise, they don't know what they're talking about. There's some people saying there's a cap on your losses. That's not true. There's no cap anywhere here. It's just very simple. You know when you normally do your taxes having to do with gambling, and you take your losses and subtract them from the wins to come up with a net figure of what you won for the year? Well, before you subtract those losses, you have to multiply the losses by 0.9. That's it. That's the entire change. You multiply your loss sessions by 0.9 before subtracting them from your wins for the year. So you'd add up all your winning sessions, you'd add up all your losing sessions, but before you subtract the losing sessions, you multiply that figure by 0.9. That's it. That's the entire change. Now, it may be simple, but it can be very destructive, and that's why a lot of people are panicking. Because, as I'm sure you've probably seen or heard, let's say you won $500,000 if you add up all your sessions, and you also lost $500,000 if you add up all your losing sessions. Well, then you should have broken even, and then you shouldn't owe any taxes on gambling winnings because you didn't win anything, right? Except by this law, you have to multiply the losses by 0.9 first. So you would multiply 0.9 times 500,000 losses, which becomes 450,000. Then you subtract it from the 500K winnings, and it's showing you have a $50,000 win for the year, when in reality, your win for the year was not 50K. It was actually
0.0.
But the way the IRS sees it is it's 50K, and they're going to expect that you pay taxes as if you earned 50K gambling. You have to pay taxes on those winnings that don't exist. So that's why everybody is so angry. That's why everybody's in such a panic. Especially people who are high-volume gamblers. Doesn't matter what kind of gambling. Could be tournament poker, could be cash poker, could be sports betting, could be casino advantage play, whatever. A lot of people panicking that they're going to have to pay a lot of taxes on phantom income. And they're very, very angry about this. And you may say, well, yeah, that makes sense. And I'll agree with you. It makes sense to be angry about this law because it sucks, and whoever wrote it was stupid. And they didn't consider a lot of things about how gambling works when they wrote this law. But nevertheless, this was part of the One Big Beautiful Bill passed in the summer, and it has become law. So then why am I not sounding like I am in a panic? Why do I not think that professional gambling is going to die in 2026? Why do I actually think this is going to be kind of a nothing burger when it's all said and done? Well, there's many reasons. Before we begin here, again, please just forget everything you read from everybody else. I hate to be this arrogant. I hate to say, listen to me and nobody else. And I usually don't say that. But here, I'm going to say that because there's a lot of stupidity on social media, a lot of stupidity on forums. There's just a lot of people who are predicting things that are just not going to happen. So here's the truth. Even though there's people who think that this is an existential threat to pro poker, pro sports betting, pro casino advantage play, even to amateurs who break relatively near even, it's not. They're begging you to call your congressman. Don't bother. I mean, you can if you want. It's not going to harm anything. It's just going to waste your time. Calling your congressman is not going to help. It's going to have zero impact on this. It might make you feel good that you're being an activist, but it's not going to help. And I don't know about you, but I won't do anything like that unless it's really going to help. I'm not going to waste my time even dialing a phone number if the person I'm speaking to is not going to help me, and I know it. So don't bother calling your congressman. It's not going to help. Don't bother with your Twitter and Facebook activism. None of that's going to help. You can complain and whine and bitch and scream all you want. None of that is going to help. Here's some realities, whether you like them or not. The reason you should listen to me, the reason you should trust me over what these other people are saying, is because I speak from 25 years involvement in all of these communities. Poker, sports betting, casino advantage play. I have had some connection to all of these communities. Poker the most, but the other two as well. And I have observed them very closely in a lot of ways, including taxes. And I can tell you what I've observed in all these communities for all this time and the way I believe they're going to handle it, even if this law does not get modified in any way. Now, there is an attempt to repeal this by Dina Titus, who's a congresswoman in Nevada. It's called the FAIR Act, F-A-I-R. Forgot what it stands for. It's capital F-A-I-R. The FAIR Act. She's trying to have this repealed. And that's a nice attempt on her part, but it's not going to go anywhere. So don't wait for Dina Titus to save you. She does not have any power. She does not have any influence. She's someone who just doesn't get things done. She wants to get things done, but she just can't. Everything she tries fails. And you don't get an A for effort in Congress. The best written bill in the world is going to be useless if it does not pass. And nothing she does ever passes. So don't count on Dina Titus to rescue you. And I've had people get mad at me for saying this. I've had people say, oh, you're just attacking her because she's a Democrat. No, I don't care what she is. If she were to get this done, I'd be thrilled. If she were to get this done, I would give her tremendous praise. And I'm not kidding. I really would. But it's not going to happen. She just does not have the influence. So I'm being real with you here. You might as well not wait for Dina Titus and her FAIR Act to rescue you. It's not going to happen. The new law is going to take effect on January 1st. There are some possible ways it will be repealed or modified, which I'll get to in a little bit, but it's not going to be from this FAIR Act. Now, I don't believe this is going to end or even seriously curtail professional gambling as we know it. If we go a year into the future from today, the gambling landscape will look very similar as it does today. You can go ahead and record me saying this. I'm not going to delete it, but if you're afraid I'm going to delete it later out of embarrassment if I'm wrong, go ahead and record me saying this, or save it somewhere, and rub this in my face a year from now if I'm wrong, but I don't think you're going to be able to, because I don't think I'll be wrong. Now, as I mentioned, first of all, this only affects a small percentage of players. If you don't itemize, you're not affected. If your total net losing sessions, and note the word sessions, are 11% or more greater than your total winning sessions, this will not affect you. So it only affects a small percentage of people. What about offshore? Can you dodge this by playing offshore on these illegal sites? Sites like Bet Online or Bovada or America's Card Room, those type of sites. Because they don't report to the IRS, nor will they cooperate with the IRS. So is this going to save you? If you play offshore, then you don't have to worry about your American income, right? Wrong. This is because you are expected to pay income tax on all income, not just U.S.-derived income. So if you are a U.S. citizen, any money that you make, no matter where you are when you make it, you are supposed to declare this and pay taxes on it to the United States. So just because you made it from an offshore site does not excuse you from any kind of tax liability. Now, sure, some people don't declare what they win offshore, figuring there's not much of a paper trail. But, hey, that's cheating on your taxes. If you do that, you are cheating on your taxes. So there's a really weird thing going on where I will say to somebody, okay, well, if you just claim you lost 11% more than you really did, then that will negate this. I'm not telling you to do this, but I'm just saying if you did that, it would negate this. And the person says to me, oh, no, I would never do that. What are you doing? Telling me to cheat on my taxes? No, I'm not going to do that. Look, I'm just going to play offshore. And I go, no, wait a minute. Going to play offshore and hiding that income is actually a worse offense to the IRS than you padding your losses by 11%. Both of them are illegal. Both of them can get you into trouble. But they'll actually take much more offense to you just hiding your income from offshore sites. So it's so weird. Someone who's saying they're going to play offshore because they don't want to have to fudge their wins and losses on in U.S. places that they are gambling is so weird. That's kind of like saying that you wouldn't ever shoplift because you're an honest person, but you're also going to run email phishing scams to make money from now on. Like it's that level of absurd. So if you are playing offshore and you don't declare what you win, you are cheating on your taxes. You're cheating worse than padding your losses. So anyone who says, oh my God, I would never do that. What are you doing? Telling me to cheat on my taxes? No, I'm just going to play offshore. I'm not going to cheat. No. If you're playing offshore, you are cheating on your taxes if you're not going to declare your income. It's the exact same type of income that you would have to declare if you won it stateside. So don't think that's an answer, because it's not. Now let's talk about sessions. A lot of people don't understand sessions, and they will come very much into play here. The 90% loss deduction limit only matters for losing sessions versus winning sessions, not within the same session, and that's very important. For example, if you win $100,000 in a poker tournament, but then right after walking out of that poker tournament, you stroll over to a blackjack table and lose all 100K. Well, in such a scenario, then your income is
0.0.
Right? It's actually a loss because there's the poker tournament buy-in, but let's ignore that here. So let's just say you're even here. You still would not have any tax liability for that day. And you might say, wait a minute, yeah, you do, because you can only deduct 90% of losses. And I say, no. You can only deduct 90% of session losses from the winning sessions. But if it's all within the same session, you can deduct 100% of losses. And this is not my guess. This is right there. Because the only way this has changed is that you have to multiply your total session losses by 0.9. That's it. Within the session, you can subtract the losses from the wins. Now, the reason that's important is because a session is not something that is well defined by the IRS. So the one who defines a session and what a session really is you. And you can come up with the most positive and charitable interpretation of what a session is that will benefit you the most. And as long as it's reasonable, then the IRS will accept it if you're ever audited. And by the way, you don't have to give them all this information when you file your taxes. It's only if they audit you or if they send you a letter for clarification. That's the only way you'd have to even provide this. But if you did provide it and your sessions look reasonable, you can't say the year is a whole one long session. You can't pull that off. That'll never be accepted. But anything that's reasonable or semi-reasonable as far as what a session is will generally be accepted. So that's something you should know. And that can very much change the picture of what you will owe in taxes according to this new law. Because remember, within the same session, you can always deduct 100% of losses from wins. So the longer the session, the more you can deduct without being affected here. You can look at the way you gambled, and you can define sessions to where they will be advantageous to you, but also make sense enough to where the IRS will accept it. Because there is no accepted law right now. There's no accepted rule about sessions. It's kind of like they'll know it when they see it. So that's something to keep in mind. And some dummies don't believe me. Some dummies say, no. It's 90% of losses from wins no matter what, even within the same session. I say, oh, really? Then how do you explain something like video poker? There would be no way to do it unless sessions existed. There would be no way to file if you had to report every single bet you made, every single individual hand at the blackjack table, every single individual hand on video poker, every single spin of the slot machine. There's no way you could do that. So the only way you can report to the IRS, even if they audit you, is by sessions. That's the only way it makes any kind of sense. And that's the only thing they are expecting. And that has not changed. So sessions can make a big deal, and there's a lot of ways you can do it to minimize your liability from the way this law has been written. But it goes beyond that. Let's talk about casino advantage players and why I believe they won't be affected at all. Casino advantage players do not get tracked very well by definition, because if you get tracked perfectly as an advantage player, you're going to get banned from a lot of different places. So casino advantage players, for many reasons, more than just getting banned, but just for many, many reasons, which I won't bother getting into, are very difficult to track. And I'm not talking about evading taxes. I'm talking about evading casinos from figuring out what they're doing and for getting more free play than they would normally get as one person. These are the type of reasons that they do this. So, for example, casino advantage players will sometimes play on multiple players' cards in different people's names. Many of them are not in their own names. Sometimes they use no player's card. So there's a lot of wins and losses that casino advantage players take that are just not anywhere. There's no paper trail for them. So their wins and losses they declare to the IRS are completely self-reported and unverifiable beyond a very rough number. I can assure you that very, very few casino advantage players report their actual net winnings to the IRS. Pretty much all of them are shaving something off. Pretty much all of them are reporting a number they feel they can get away with defending if audited. So these people are not reporting an honest figure in the first place because they feel they can get away with it because there's really nothing showing the IRS what they actually won. Now, they can't say something that just wouldn't make any sense. They can't claim they won $5,000 for the year if it's very clear from their lifestyle that wouldn't be supporting them, or very clear from their bank deposits, or very clear from other things that they're making a lot more than what they're claiming. So if they're audited in that way, and the IRS says, hey, how are you living this type of lifestyle if you've made between $5,000 and $15,000 for the last 5 years, then they'd have a very hard time explaining it. So that's where they can't just claim any number they want. But if they claim a number that's fairly close to what they really won, but shaved down some, the IRS not only isn't going to come knocking and not going to ask anything, but even if they do, the advantage player will walk away smelling like roses because it would be pretty easy for them to come up with a story that the IRS would have to believe, because basically the IRS would have to prove that they were lying. So because of the total lack of paper trail for advantage players, it's pretty much the IRS taking their word for it. So what are these advantage players going to do? Well, I have to assume that given what advantage players have done for decades, including before I could even gamble, they're just going to subtract another 11%, and that'll be that, to negate this law. And you may ask, well, wait a minute, if they could get away with subtracting 11% more, why didn't they just do that this whole way and pay less taxes? And my answer to that is they would be subtracting this 11% in order to negate a phantom income that this law would be padding onto their tax burden. So they wouldn't have to worry about any lifestyle things because all they'd be doing is kind of removing fake winnings that this law would induce. So bottom line is it would be very defensible through one of many stories they could tell at an audit, and they'd get away with it, and they know it. And it's so funny when I have these advantage players, because there's a number who listen to the show. I've had some text me and say, What? Are you saying we cheat on our taxes? No, we don't. Come on, Druff. You're not even really part of this community. You're on the fringes of this community. You have no right to say what we do. We don't cheat on our taxes. I go, bullshit. If you're deceiving casinos for a living, if you're engaging in all kinds of subterfuge to get an advantage, and that's fine. I'm not bashing advantage players at all. In fact, as I've said, I've done advantage play myself. I've done advantage play along with some of these advantage players who listen to the show. So I'm not bashing advantage players at all. But I'm saying here, like, anyone who is going to make a living by deceiving casinos constantly is not going to be the type who is going to report their income to the letter to the IRS. They're going to report what they can get away with. That's that personality type. Now, some probably cheat on their taxes more than others, but there's very, very few advantage players that are reporting their full and correct income to the IRS. I would be shocked if I found more than a few. But I don't want to just pick on them. What about the cash poker players? Well, they're similar. Now, you can pretend we live in a perfect world where cash poker players are accurately reporting all their winnings to the IRS, but I think you know that most don't. Someone has a good session, but not so good, where when they cash out, they end up with a currency transaction report form for $10K or more cashed out. So, someone cashes out, say, $6K from a nice session. You think that they're going to make sure they report every penny of that to the IRS? Or you think they're just going to put the $6K somewhere and at the end of the year, they'll kind of come up with a figure they can give to the IRS they think the IRS is going to believe? Which one do you think happens with live cash players when there's no paper trail at all what they're winning and losing? What do you think's really happening with them? So just like the advantage players, they will just tack on another 11% of fake losses to negate this law, and nobody will be the wiser. You can say they won't, but they will. Maybe not every single one of them, but a lot of them will. And in fact, in this case, they're going to feel even more justified because they're going to be saying, look, I'm doing this to negate phantom income. This is a terrible law that was written that taxes me for income I don't really have. So yeah, I'm going to add 11% onto my losses and pretend I lost it in cash when I really didn't. Yeah, of course I'm going to do that, they'll say. They'll feel totally justified doing it. I find it so tedious to read these tweets from cash players and from casino advantage players who are acting as if they are really going to report all of this unverifiable income they have, that now they're going to start totally being honest on their taxes. They're going to report every penny now, and now they can't handle it because if they report every penny, well, then their career's no longer viable because of this law, you see. Somehow in 2026, they're going to become honest about their taxes. Even though they never were before. Now they're going to be. And if you ask them, they'll say they were honest the whole way, and that's why they're panicking. It's just a bunch of BS. 11% is not very much if people want to fudge it. The ones that don't have a paper trail, that's what most of them are going to do. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm not advocating doing it. I'm telling you they are going to do it. So that's why live cash poker is going to continue just as it was before. Casino advantage play is going to continue just as it was before. And sports, yeah, same thing. Because remember, these are all not separate. Gambling is gambling as far as the IRS is concerned. Gambling wins in blackjack, in poker, in sports. It doesn't matter. Slot machines, it's all the same thing to them. It's gambling income. So if you won in one form of gambling and you lost in another form of gambling, it is perfectly legal, and always has been, to deduct one from the other. If you won $1 million playing poker, if you lost $1 million gambling on sports, then your income is actually zero. That's always been the way it is. So, even those that have a paper trail, like tournaments, even those that play U.S. online poker sites, where the IRS at any point could ask for the records of any particular player and get it, well, yeah, that part's trackable. That part is impossible for these players to dodge. But there's all kinds of gambling they could have done elsewhere that there's no proof whether they did or didn't. And that's what these players are going to do. So the guy who has a tournament profit for the year and played a lot of volume and doesn't want this phantom income causing him a lot of extra taxes because he can only subtract 90% of his losses from his wins in the tournaments. Well, what if he claims he also played cash and he lost a fortune? Can the IRS disprove that? No. It'd be pretty hard for them. What if he claims that he played at a casino and didn't use a card? What if he claims he played online and lost? A lot of this is very hard for the IRS to disprove. So I bet that's what a lot of those tournament players are going to do. And sports bettors are going to do. Whatever way you slice it, people will have ways to tack on phantom losses to erase the phantom wins. They will. And we can pretend they're not going to do it, but they're going to do it. So that's why I'm saying here that I live in reality. I live in reality. I've seen the way all of these gamblers behave. All the pearl clutching, all of the pretending like they're going to be completely honest on their taxes. They're not going to be. So that's why all this panic isn't justified. A lot of the panickers are going to stay around and they're just going to pad their losses. But they won't tell you that. Because sure, they'd like this law to go away. Who wants to have to pad their losses and risk getting in trouble? But if this doesn't go away, that's what they're going to do. But there's like a dirty word to talk about. Nobody will admit this. Now, I understand why you don't advertise this if you're doing it. I understand why you don't post on X, hey, everybody, I cheat on my taxes, because if you post that, then the IRS will come a knocking. But it's another thing to clutch pearls like you are not going to fudge anything and this is going to devastate you. If you're going to say that, then you better keep to what you're claiming. And I don't think most of these people are going to keep to that. So that's where a lot of these histrionics are not really justified. The loudest voices bitching about this here are ones who will find ways around it anyway. Now you may say, Druff, is your whole point here that people are going to cheat on their taxes to negate it? Like, that's not a very sophisticated take. Well, okay, there's more to it, though. There's also a matter of enforcement. The law on the books is one thing, but enforcement is another. And I have serious doubts that the IRS is going to come after any break-even players who declare zero gambling income, even if the law states that they owe taxes for non-existent wins. Remember, this is all self-reported. Very few gamblers have historically been audited. In fact, I've been shocked at how few audits I have seen. There have been people I've known in poker that have not filed a return for years upon years upon years, and they've made a lot of money. And I'm waiting for them to tell me that they got a letter from the IRS that they're going to be audited. But amazingly, they got away with it. Of course, I'm not advising it. That's very stupid to do. But I know people who did it. I know others who just blatantly lied by an absurd number as far as what they made versus what they claimed they made, and they got away with it. There have just been very, very few audits among professional gamblers that I've known for the last 25 years. And when I say known, I don't mean close friends of mine. I mean a very wide group of people that I've been observing. Very, very few of them have been audited. In fact, I would have expected far more audits than really have happened. And the few that have happened have occurred for a very good reason, where the person really had an egregious violation, either by not filing, severely underfiling, whatever. So, do I believe that now, of all times, they're going to step up enforcement to a crazy level and everyone's going to get audited? No. In fact, right now the IRS has a gigantic backlog. If you write to the IRS right now and ask them to do something or ask them for some information, whatever it is, you write to the IRS, they're going to be very slow with their turnaround time. They have a tremendous backlog right now for everything. I don't believe that now is the time they're going to dedicate all these new resources to trying to audit gamblers. And what I especially don't believe is that they're going to come after break-even players who actually had zero real gambling income, but they have this fandom income that the IRS is going to want. I don't believe it's going to happen. I don't believe they're going to come after anybody who is in that category. I also think this would be a very, very bad look for them, that they're demanding taxes to be paid on income that completely did not exist, or demanding taxes of like 90% of someone's income because of this law. It would look awful. So I just don't believe it's going to happen. I don't believe they're going to press anyone for this. So the letter of the law versus the enforcement of the law are often two very different things when it comes to the IRS, and I think this is going to be a good example. I think enforcement is going to be very light, if at all. It's very possible they're not going to come after anyone about this, regardless of the way the law is written. I think it's a nothing burger. I think it's an annoyance. I think it could affect the high roller scene. I mean, like the very high roller scene, like the nosebleed stakes tournaments. I could see it affecting that. But aside from little things like that, I don't see this having much of an impact at all. Most people are not affected. Those that are affected, they will find ways around it. And if you don't believe me, well, you can make some money, because I have offered a bet. I said I will bet anybody regarding the expected tournament fields between 2025 and 2026. Now, we'll have to work out the bet, because there could be other reasons that the fields could go down, such as the economy or whatever. But I'll be happy to bet with you. If you think this is going to devastate tournament poker, for example, you think the World Series fields are going to be way down because of this, okay, let's bet on it then. I'm serious. You can text me, 775-372-8355. You can bet that the fields are going to be way down because no one's going to want to play because of this law. And we can even have a provision in the bet that if this law is repealed, then it becomes no action. You want to make that bet with me? I'll do it. Just text me. We'll work out some kind of arrangement of what the terms of the bet are. I do not believe that there's going to be a significant reduction of professional gambling of any kind. Now, there have been some people that are claiming they're going to quit if this does not get repealed. In fact, Eric Seidel said that. There's others that I've seen putting out on X that they're going to quit because of this. If these people are saying it, might I be wrong? Well, I don't think so, because number one, they're not committed to it. They can change their minds. They could just do it and not tell you. And also, some of these people might have decided they're going to quit anyway. Like, for example, famed video poker player Bob Dancer. Some of you have heard of him. He claims he's going to be retiring, and it's mostly a result of this law. Well, Bob Dancer's like 78 years old. So you think there might be another reason why Bob Dancer could be retiring? It's a nice dramatic way for him to go out. And it sounds better than I'm old and I'm not really going to be playing anymore. You can blame the government, not the fact that he's too old. But I think it's because he's too old. And I've noticed that some of the people, I'm not going to name names, but some of the people who claim they're going to quit over this are ones that I suspect have been losing for quite some time and haven't been honest about it. Now, nobody owes you their results. When I say haven't been honest about it, it's not like everybody has to announce that they're losing. If you're losing, of course, it's your business, and if you don't want to tell anybody, that's completely fine. But at the same time, if you've been losing for the last 3-4 years, and you're kind of thinking that you can't really make a go of a poker career anymore, or a sports betting career anymore, or whatever it might be, and you kind of want to exit and do something else, well, this is a good excuse rather than saying, hey, I can't win anymore. Oh, it's this law that's driving me out of professional gambling. What can I do? The government forced my hand. Got to retire, guys. Sounds a lot better, right? What I haven't seen is anyone that I know has been crushing it in the last few years that has said that they're very likely to quit. I've not seen one person who fits that description. So I think that some of the people who, quote, quit due to this law are doing so because they were going to quit anyway, because they've been losing. Or they're just sick of it. They just want to move on to something else. Even those who are not losing, they may just be done. They may not want to do professional gambling anymore. People quit all the time. Now, I have people that don't like my take on all this. I have people say, how can you advocate tax cheating? You're the anti-fraud guy. What's going on here? And as I said before, I'm not advocating cheating on your taxes. I just know my fellow gamblers, and I'm telling you what many are going to do. Some have said, why are you defending this new law? Stop doing that and join our fight. Add your voice to those who are opposed to this instead of trying to tell us why it's not a big deal. Well, I'm not defending the new law. It sucks and I hate it. But this is not going to have the giant impact on the game like people think it will. It's just not going to. I'm not going to pretend it will. I'm not going to join the outrage or panic mob. That's just not me. It's never been me. Some don't believe me about sessions, that you can deduct 100% of your losses against wins within session, but yes, you can. Some still believe there's a cap that you can only deduct 90% from your winnings no matter what you've lost, and that's not true. It's just multiplying 0.9 times your losses before deducting them. That's a very big difference. There is no cap in this law. And there's some people saying, look, the IRS is going to see everything from now on, and they're going to send me a giant tax bill if I try to fudge this, so I can't fudge this, so I have no choice. I'm going to have to pay a monstrous tax bill on phantom income, and they're going to see everything. And I say, nope, this is self-reported. You'll have to defend your numbers if you get audited, so you keep that in mind. But I'm saying that the IRS is going to get the same info they have always gotten. They're not going to be getting any more information than they were before. They're not likely to audit any more than they were before. It's just this one thing has changed, where you are instructed to multiply your losing sessions by 0.9 before subtracting them. That is the only change. There's not going to be an enforcement change. There is not going to be an audit change from what I can tell. There's not going to be more information sent to them than before. None of that. It's still self-reported. And then if they believe your numbers, then they don't audit you. If they don't believe your numbers, they either audit you or send you a letter asking for more information. Probably the latter. I still believe the IRS is going to give guidance regarding this new law, because they're going to look at this and say this was written by morons. They're going to look at this and say this is something that is going to introduce a tax burden that was really not ever intended. And whoever wrote this didn't understand gambling tax law very well. That's for sure. So we're going to give some guidance on this. And they can do this. They can't change the law, but they can give guidance on what they're expecting. I believe the guidance is going to have a few things. And I think this is coming soon. First of all, I think they're going to clarify that if you did not make any money gambling, then you won't owe them taxes. No matter what this calculation ends up coming to, even if it shows you have a phantom income, they'll probably have something in the tax form you use to calculate this that still makes your taxes zero on your gambling income if your real gambling income actually was zero or negative. And they can do this because, again, the change to this law was only that 0.9 multiplier. That was it. Nothing else was changed. So the IRS can say, hey, look, we're not expecting you to pay taxes on income that doesn't exist. In fact, there could even be legal challenges to this, that you cannot be legally taxed when you did not actually have an income. And I think there could be some merit to such a lawsuit. But forget lawsuits. I believe the IRS is going to issue a clarification that if you had no gambling income, that you are not expected to pay any taxes on it, regardless of what that 0.9 thing does to the numbers that you would otherwise submit. I also think they might put out some guidance regarding some kind of cap in the effective tax rate of what you end up showing of this new calculation versus your actual winnings. Otherwise, people could end up with 90%, 95%, even 100% or higher tax rates. They could end up owing more taxes than what they made. You could be a profitable player. You could win like $250K for the year gambling overall and owe $500K in taxes if you were a very high volume player. So obviously they have to put out some guidance about that too. Forget if you just lost, you don't owe anything, or broke even, you don't owe anything. I'm sure they'll put out some guidance saying you'll never, ever owe more in taxes than what your real income was. And you'll never owe more in taxes than such and such percentage of your real income. And someone said, oh, they can't do that without a change to the law by Congress. Well, okay, fair, but they can issue guidance saying that all they are expecting is something that you're basically going to pay the tax rate that's equivalent to whatever your marginal tax rate is plus whatever percent. That's the very most you could pay. They could give some kind of guidance like that. They could say, your marginal tax rate plus 10%, that's what we really mean by this 90% thing. So it's something where this could be a tax increase still, but they could clarify what they're expecting. Definitely they can clarify that you would never have to pay more in taxes than what you made, or that you'd have to pay taxes on a non-income. They definitely could clarify that without any kind of congressional action to change the law. That's what their clarifications are for, to look at the law as written and then translate it into actual fair and reasonable collection of taxes. They can't look in the law and say, oh, we disagree with this, we're going to change it to this or that. They can't modify the law, nor can they directly violate the law. But they can correct some ambiguities, and the law does not state what happens if you multiply your losses by 0.9, subtract from your wins, and you end up with a situation where you owe more in taxes than what you made. There's no clarification in that law that explains what the taxpayer is supposed to do in that situation. So the IRS can clarify at that point. When there's ambiguity, they can clarify. So expect a lot of clarification that removes a lot of these concerns and probably just turns this into a tax increase at worst. And I believe that guidance will probably come near the beginning of 2026. I don't believe it's going to sit there this way. There has already been pressure from the American Gaming Association, from Dina Titus, from corporations that own casinos. There's been pressure to get this clarification. The IRS has been leaned on by a number of sources to provide this clarification and to provide it soon. Now, they don't have to, but they probably will. And I have a feeling it's going to be a lot more fair than what people are expecting is going to happen. So that will really remove a lot of the very worst elements of it if they give this clarification. And believe me, their clarification is not going to say, oh yeah, if you broke even and you had high volume, yeah, because of this law, now you're going to owe this much taxes on money you didn't make. They're not going to say that. The clarification is not going to say that. Once the clarification comes out, I can just about guarantee it's going to be something favorable. Maybe it won't be as good as it was before when they added this law, but it's going to be favorable compared to how it stands right now as the way the law is written. And no one's discussing that. Everybody on X and Facebook bitching about this, nobody's discussing about the potential for IRS clarification. But not only do I think it's a potential, I think it's going to happen. So that's something to keep in mind as well. I'm going to give you a weird example, by the way, for those of you that still don't believe that people are going to fudge on their taxes. Let me give you a weird analogy, okay? Picture you're 11 years old and it's Halloween. And you went out, you did a lot of trick-or-treating, and you got a big bag of candy. Remember that? You get home with a big bag of candy, you're ready to dive in and eat so much candy till you burst. But your mom spoils the party and says, you're not allowed to have more than, say, 5 pieces of candy tonight. That's it. I don't care how big the bag is. I don't care if it's Halloween. You're having 5 pieces maximum. So choose your 5. That's it. I'm taking the bag away. You may have hundreds of pieces of candy in your bag, but your mom is not going to let you just gorge on it. And in fact, she tells you every day you can't have more than 5 pieces. Well, let's say your mom decides to trust you. She tells you you can't have more than 5, and she's going to take a look at the bag, but she will let you have it in your room. So you can keep the bag in your room. You're 11 years old. You're restricted to 5 pieces of candy per day, but you can hold the bag, and she's just going to check it every so often. So what if you have 20 pieces per day? You think your mom's going to notice? Well, maybe not the first day, but pretty soon she will, because the bag's going to get empty pretty fast. And your mom's going to notice you're eating far more than 5 pieces of candy. And she'll ground you, maybe take away the bag. Maybe she'll eat it herself. But what if you had 6 pieces per day instead of 5? You think she'd ever know? And let's pretend she's not counting wrappers in the trash or anything. Let's take the wrapper situation out of it. But do you think she'd be able to eyeball your giant bag of candy and tell that you had 6 pieces a day instead of 5? No. Your mom would never be able to tell that. You would get away with it. The only way she's taking the bag away and grounding you is if there's a tremendous reduction in candy in the bag that indicates you had way, way more than 5 pieces a day. But if you just had 6, there's no way she would ever be able to tell. You agree with me? I bet you do. Well, apply that to these casino advantage players or live cash poker players or really any type of professional gambler with them adjusting their losses up by 11%. Same thing, right? Same concept. So they'll all scream, the sky is falling on social media to get attention. They'll get plaudits for joining the fight. But it's not accurate. It's not being honest. I'm going to play a little statement from Derek Stevens, the owner of Circa. He wants to join the fight. Take a listen to this, and I'll give you my comments before we move on.
I had a meeting with the CEO of MGM, Bill Hornbuckle, the CEO of Wynn, Craig Billings, and the CEO of Caesars, Tom Reeg, as well as the CEO of the American Gaming Association, Bill Miller. We met with the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith. The purpose of our meeting was really one thing. We're trying to eliminate this 90% deductibility of gambling losses that kicks in on January 1st.
Okay, great. So far, so good. That's exactly what we need, is for influential people in gambling, casino owners, their lobbyists, etc., to meet with politicians to either get this overturned in some way or to get the IRS to clarify. So this is good. And this meeting really did take place. I've known about it for quite some time.
This was an inadvertent element that was brought into the one big, beautiful bill. Now, government has a lot of difficult things to deal with, but this should not be one of them. Congresswoman Dina Titus has led a bill that is bipartisan. There are many co-sponsors on this bill to eliminate the 90% deductibility.
Okay, before we go on about this bill with Dina Titus, why does this sound so bad? Derek Stevens, you have so much money. There's so many places you could have gone to record this. Why does it sound like you're in an airplane hangar? I can't even tell where he is. He's like he's on the top of some building. It's very high up. I don't know if it's his building. Whatever it is, the sound quality is terrible. I hate when people record these videos that are meant for a mass audience, and this got a lot of views. And then the sound quality is terrible. Like, it's a 2-minute video. Go somewhere it's quiet.
On the Senate side, Senator Cortez Masto, as well as Senator Cruz, have a bipartisan bill that should eliminate this 90% deductibility. The problem here is there's no vehicle to do it, but this should not be that difficult.
The no vehicle to do it, he's referring to that there's really no way to get this done at the moment through Congress. And he's right about that.
To my knowledge, I don't know a single member of the U.S. House of Representatives or a single U.S. senator that wants this to go into action on January 1st. So we were asked by the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, please call your U.S. senator. Please call your member of the U.S. House of Representatives.
No. See, this is where he goes off the rails. This is no good. This is not our fight. This is not something the people can control. This is not the old days where you call your senator and call your congressman, and if they get enough phone calls, then they take action. Maybe 50 years ago. Not today. That's not how it works today. And he knows this. I don't know why he says this. So, calling your senator or congressman is not going to do a bit of good. He needs to go back to his lobbyists at the American Gaming Association and press harder. He can do something about it. Not him personally, but he's the type of person with the influence and the connections to get this in the right hands. So yes, he can definitely make a difference, and I'm glad that he wants to. So that's very nice. But don't put this burden on us. Even if you want to say that you believe that if senators or congresspeople get a lot of phone calls, that maybe they will make this more of a priority, there's a little problem with that plan. The number of people that are going to care enough to actually do it is very low. Because, again, this doesn't affect many people. And even the ones it does affect are probably going to, for the most part, be too lazy to make that phone call. So they're not going to get many calls, and there's just not enough people involved here that are going to feel passionately about this to where it could possibly make any difference in the eyes of a senator or a congressman. So this is just not good advice.
There's only a few days left. Although there's not a vehicle to do this, there has to be a way. There has to be a way when everyone is in agreement. This change impacts the entire hospitality industry, the tourism industry, all of our employees.
No, it's not going to, because the typical gambler loses. The typical gambler loses far more than 11% above what they win. And a lot of them don't itemize anyway. So you're not going to see a tremendous downturn at your casino or your hotel. This is not going to put maids out of work or restaurant employees out of work. It's not going to happen. This is, again, exaggeration, histrionics, whatever you want to call it.
Which is critical.
Critical.
As well as most of America who's made a bet in the last year. Please go out today, tomorrow. Call your member in Congress. We need to find a vehicle to get this fixed. This one should not be hard when everyone's in agreement.
Okay, so the end of it, I agree. That if there's really no one opposed to changing this, that it doesn't make any sense not to change it. I agree. Though just getting someone to care enough about changing it in Congress can be tough. Someone influential. But I understand his point. But that's where lobbyists come in. See, he has some influence. We don't. But people were cheering this. People are saying, yeah, let's do it. Let's call her a congressman. Let's call her senator. Human beings just feel good when they take action, when they feel like they're doing something to solve a problem, even if what they're doing has absolutely no impact. People always like feeling that they're trying to solve the problem or help or assist, whatever it might be. People get mad when I tell them, don't bother. This is not going to matter. Not just about this, about anything. I've said it about other subjects before too. I tell people it may feel good to do this, but it's not going to matter. Something that comes to mind, nothing to do with gambling, but sometimes when people get scammed by foreigners, you know, those scam phone calls you get several times a day, and certain people fall for them and get scammed, and it's very clear that the perpetrator is in a foreign country and there's no way to get them in any kind of trouble nor get your money back. There are people that advise them to go to the police, to fill out the form to the FBI so they can investigate it. They tell them to take some kind of action with reporting it to law enforcement or reporting it to a company that was impersonated that allowed them to get scammed. They want to report it somewhere because it feels weird to get scammed like that and just not report it. How could you not go to the police or the FBI when some caller who pretends to be from some company or pretends to be from the government tricks you into sending the money? Why would you not report that? Shouldn't you report it? Maybe they can do something. Maybe if not for you, they can prevent other people from getting hurt. It feels like you're taking action. Even if you know you're never going to get your money back, it feels good to report that to the police because maybe, just maybe, this will be used later down the line in an investigation. But I tell them, no, don't. It's a waste of your time. If it'll make you feel good to report it, fine, but it's a waste of your time. There's no way it's going to be investigated. There's no way you're getting your money back. There's no way that the perpetrators are going to be caught or prosecuted. They're in a different country. They're in a country that doesn't care about this. It is a complete waste of time to report, I tell them. And some people get mad about that advice. Not really the people who were victimized, but the people who are advising them to report this get very mad at me for telling them not to report this. Because people like action. People like performative action. And I don't do performative action. I don't support performative action. I don't support action to make yourself feel good. And unfortunately, that's what Derek Stevens is suggesting here. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't really understand how all of this works. They don't understand what tends to get changes made and what tends to do nothing. People also don't like ever saying, oh, this negative thing has happened, but it's not going to really impact much, because that's not dramatic. And people don't like it when they think they're facing adversity and you tell them they're really not, because it feels good to overcome adversity. It feels good that when this horrible law that's going to decimate gambling passes and you still make it as a professional gambler, boy, you must be good if you can do that, right? So those are the plaudits that people are going to want in the future. And if you got jerks like me saying, oh yeah, of course you're still making it as a professional gambler because you're probably padding your losses. Well, that's not a very inspiring story, is it? People don't like when I say things like that. But I say it because I know that's what's going to happen for the vast, vast, vast majority of gamblers. And that's if this isn't changed in some way, even by the IRS itself, which it very well might. In short, don't worry about it. And if it changes, I'll let you know. But do keep in mind, this is technically going into effect on January 1st, but my advice to you is don't panic, gamble as you were before, and we'll see what comes in 2026 as far as the clarification of how you're to file your taxes. But I'm almost sure it's not going to be the way it currently stands for 2026. All right, let's move on. Well, since we just had an IRS topic, let's do another one. Since 1977, which of course is long before I could gamble, I was alive, but I could not gamble, and I could not gamble for a long time, though I was going to Vegas regularly then with my parents, and I wanted to gamble. Even in 1977, I wanted to gamble. I was very fascinated by gambling, even as a 5-year-old. But in 1977, there was a requirement put down that any jackpot in a machine that was $1,200 or more, and of course there's no video poker in 1977, but any jackpot in a slot machine that was $1,200 or more, that they had to pay you by hand. The machine could not dispense the money. They had to give you the payment by hand and give you a W-2G form. That was the law in 1977. Amazingly, that is still in effect today for the exact same amount of money, despite the fact that $1,200 today is worth substantially less than $1,200 in 1977. How different is it? Well, $1,200 in 1977 would be worth $6,600 today. In fact, probably a little bit more, because this is based upon October, not December. We've had a little bit of inflation since then, so probably more like $6,700. That $1,200, that's what it's worth today. So they should have been raising this every so often according to inflation, right? But they haven't. And there's been many attempts to get this raised, and they've never gone anywhere. And by the way, guess who is behind most of them? Dina Titus. So it stayed at $1,200 year after year after year. And you know why? It's because the IRS liked having these records. The more they saw, the more they felt that they could get people to pay up for their gambling wins. And it wasn't just the IRS. The feds also liked this because it made it tougher to launder money. So in general, they did not want to raise this and allow people to get away with a lack of visibility about their machine jackpots. But that's not a good excuse. Inflation's inflation, and any law should keep up with inflation when it involves a dollar amount like this in 1977. Well, finally, something happened this year. Finally, this was changed. Now, the attempt was to get it raised to $5,000, this threshold, instead of $1,200. But a compromise was made of $2,000, which is kind of crappy, but it's better than nothing. So this was actually changed, that $1,200 would no longer be the threshold starting January 1st, 2026, and that tax forms would only have to be issued by casinos for machine hits for $2,000 and above. That was the agreement, and the law was changed accordingly. Or was it? Well, they attempted to change the law accordingly, but, and I'm not kidding about this, and I'm not exaggerating, they changed the wrong law. Can you believe this? They actually changed the wrong law. So the casinos are wondering, okay, well, what do we do? Because we know what the agreement was, we know what the attempt was, we know what the spirit was, but the law wasn't actually changed. They changed the wrong thing. What they ended up changing was the law known as Section 6041A. 6041A deals with the $600 threshold for general payments. A very simple example of that is, say someone buys a piece of you in a poker tournament and you win, and their piece that they end up getting back is more than $600 profit. Well, then you have to issue them a form for the general payment you make. It's a 1099 MISC form, and if it's more than $600, you are supposed to submit that form to them and the IRS, indicating that you paid them $600 or more. So that's the general payments form, and the threshold for that accidentally got changed to $2,000, and they did not change the one having to do with the casinos. Dumb, huh? That really happened. The one having to do with the casinos was a completely different law. That was Section 3402Q. So somehow they changed 6041A instead of 3402Q. They don't even sound alike. 3402Q is what specifically requires the casinos to issue the W2G form for machine hits of 1,200 or more. And by the way, this has always been for single button presses on the machine. It's not about overall wins. It's if you press a single button to either spin or deal, and then the result is a profit of, or not a profit, but a payout of 1,200 or more. That is when they have to issue that form and do a hand pay. So the attempt was made to make that 2,000, but as I said, they changed the one about the general payments, not the one about the casinos. How that happened, I have no idea. I mean, what a moron, whoever made that mistake. And for whatever reason, and this I don't quite understand, for whatever reason, this wasn't trivial to just go back and change the right one. I think because it was actually written into law this way, that this is what they're changing. So it was a really strange situation where the thing that was written into law was the wrong statute that did not involve these W2G forms from the casinos, but the intention was to change it for the casinos and not for the general payments. So everyone was left scratching their heads and saying, what do we do about this? And by the way, this is a very underreported story. Everyone was focusing on this 90% thing we just talked about. For some reason, this was ignored by all but a few people. But I was watching it, and I was going, what's going to happen here? This is so weird. And the casinos were really bothered because they really preferred to only do this at 2,000 or more, but they were very afraid that if they started doing that on January 1st without clarification from the IRS, then they were going to be in violation of the law and they would have been facing all kinds of consequences. So the casinos were preparing to continue issuing these W2G forms for 1,200 or more even after January 1st because they were not getting any clarification from the IRS on this matter. It was too late to change the law, but they thought maybe the IRS can clarify because the IRS knows what was intended here. So as late as mid-December, this was still the case. And it looked like it was just not going to get changed in time. Now remember, we just heard Derek Stevens talking about this meeting he had with other casino owners and with the American Gaming Association and with various politicians and with the IRS. And that was also brought up to them there. They were discussing two things: the 90% loss limit and the whole thing about the W2G forms. Well, on December 16th, we finally got that clarification from the IRS, and they did it in time because the new year has not started yet. This is what they put out. Instructions for forms W2G and 5754. What's new? Increase in threshold for requiring filing of certain information returns and backup withholding. For calendar years after 2025, meaning 2026 and beyond, the minimum threshold amount for reporting certain payments and backup withholding on certain information returns, including Form W2G, will be adjusted for yearly for inflation. The minimum threshold amount of payments made in calendar year 2026 is $2,000. So there's two things that are going to happen. It's going to be $2,000 for 2026, and then every year after that, they're apparently going to raise it for inflation. So it's no longer going to be stuck there either, which is good. It should have been boosted to at least $5,000, and I think they should have boosted it to $6,600. But at least they've boosted it somewhat, and they're going to keep boosting it every year. But the important thing here is that they said this includes Form W2G. So that's what the casinos needed to see. Now that they see this, now they can feel comfortable to no longer issue those forms for jackpots under $2,000. And by the way, I'm hearing that approximately 65% of all forms that they've been issuing are between $1,200 and $1,999. So this is going to cut down how many forms have to be given to the players by about 2/3, which is nice. And your machine's not going to lock up, and you're not going to be expected to tip the attendant, which I always hated. I despised the whole thing about tipping the attendant, because this is not a service you want or that you could do yourself but are choosing not to. This is a requirement by law that the machine has to lock up and they have to give you a hand pay. So why is the attendant getting tipped from you based upon how much you won? And you could be way down here. I mean, I've had it where I'm way down and I hit something for like $1,500, and then I know the attendant's treating this like I'm up $1,500, but I'm not. I'm down $4,000, $5,000, sometimes more. And I've got to worry about them being resentful if I don't tip them enough. It's really obnoxious. That just shouldn't be a tipped situation. But anyway, everyone was expected to tip, and most people did. Even I did. So at least you're going to have a lot fewer forms that are going to be coming out, meaning fewer of these dumb tips and fewer pauses while you're gaming. And even for advantage players who use other people's cards, well, they won't be caught as easily because they won't have to worry about hitting these jackpots and everything locking up and having to give their ID unless they hit 2,000 or more. So anyway, that's a good change, and that is definitely going into effect as of January 1st. It is happening for sure. Has nothing to do with the other situation we talked about, but it does show the IRS jumped and clarified. So this is actually good news for the other situation as well, because if the IRS clarified this due to pressure from casino owners, the American Gaming Association, etc., then they're probably going to issue clarification about the 90% matter too. That stands to reason, right? By the way, nobody's saying that either. I'm the only one saying that. Seriously, search the web. You won't find anybody else saying this except me. But my opinion is if they come to the IRS with two issues they want clarification on, and they get one very quickly, I have to think the other one is coming behind it at some point. So that's good. Why this one first? Well, because the casinos have to get this information ASAP. The casinos need to know this because, for one, they have to adjust the machines. There's a lot of machines, as you know. They now have to go to every single machine and change them not to lock up at 1200. It's a lot of work. So had the IRS put out this guidance on, say, like December 29th, they wouldn't have had the time to do this. So here they had over 2 weeks. Hopefully they'll get it done. Don't be shocked if you're playing a machine, though, on January 1st and it locks up at 1200, and then they have to restart it. They won't have to give you the hand pay, but they'll have to restart it. So hopefully they will get all these changed at all the casinos. It's going to be a lot of work. And that's why this one had to be done first. The one about the 90%, well, that's really not relevant until people file taxes. I mean, yeah, it's nice to know, but it won't be something you have to take action on until you file taxes for 2026. So that one, they feel they have more time to figure out what they want to do. It's also more complicated. This one, they just have to say, hey, we're including W2G in this too, even though it was not written in the law that way. This also shows people, because I had some idiot telling me, no, the IRS can't give clarification. They can't change what was written into the law. And I said, oh yeah, look at this. This is actually changing in a way compared to what's in the law, because the law says nothing about 2000 that covers the W2G. The law says 2000 in general payments because it got put in the damn wrong place. And the IRS saw that and is instead going by the spirit of the law. They're going by what was intended to change, because people met with the IRS and said, yeah, this is what we meant to do. We just kind of messed up and did the wrong thing. So can you help us with that? And here we are. It was helped. And for whatever reason, most people don't even know that it's going to change every year from now on because of inflation. It'll be interesting to see what it is in 2027. And this is a good thing for everybody except for those attendants that would give you the hand pay and expect a tip. But I don't feel sorry for these people at all, because not only is it stupid to have to tip them, but some of them had a really bad attitude. I had some that would snatch the money away from me and storm off angrily because I would give them $10 on a $1,200 hit or $20 on a $2,000 hit. And they think I'm being cheap there. Like, what the hell am I supposed to give them? They should be happy I'm giving them about 1%. Because all they're doing is quickly filling out some paperwork and handing me some money that's required by law. They're the only ones who get tipped for this type of administrative tasking in the casino. The cashier doesn't usually get tipped. Like, nobody else gets tipped when they're processing papers for you, except for these people who give these hand pays. And they have the nerve to get mad at me because I'm not giving them the tip they want? You've got to be kidding. It's not like I'm giving them something insulting like $1. I get a hand pay of $1,200, I give them a $10, that's not enough? Screw them. So I don't feel bad for them at all that they're getting less of this as a result of fewer hand pays. But they'll still do fine. In fact, they get very big tips when people hit big jackpots. Moving on. Let's talk about the WSOP Paradise. Got a number of things to say about that. The WSOP Paradise was conceived in 2023, and it was actually created by Caesars when they owned the World Series of Poker, and now it is owned by GG Poker because they bought the WSOP. But let's go back to 2023. The WSOP Paradise, we've discussed it before, was an informal replacement to the PokerStars PCA, which stood for the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. And that ended in 2019. It took place from like 2005, I think, to 2019. It was an event run by PokerStars, and it was at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. Ended in 2019. Funny enough, I predicted its end a little bit early. I think I said it's going to end after 2017. And then they had to clarify that that I was putting out rumors that weren't true. They actually put out like a release that what I was saying wasn't true. But yeah, I came close. They did end it 2 years later. Anyway, this has nothing to do with PokerStars other than it's kind of a continuation of it run by a different entity. So in December 2023 was the first WSOP Paradise. So this is the tournament at Atlantis, Bahamas, now affiliated with the World Series, where before it wasn't. It was also at a similar time of year, being in December, whereas the PCA was always in January. There was some controversy when it started, as we discussed on this show, because it was perceived, and probably correctly perceived, as a way to slow down the rapidly growing WPT win in December. They had that first in 2022. It was a gigantic hit. Some people were even calling it the WSOP of the winter, even though it was a WPT thing. People were comparing it to like almost as big as the WSOP, which is a bit of an exaggeration, but it did very well. And people liked it, and it was very well received. And the WSOP got very worried that this was going to be big competition for them, even though it wasn't going to take place at the same time as the summer WSOP. They wanted to be the only game in town as far as major tournament series that everyone feels they have to play. So they were afraid December WPT win was going to grow into that, given its highly successful 2022. So in 2023, they had WSOP Paradise, and they promoted it pretty heavily, and people believed, including me, that the timing was not coincidental. Why would they make them both in December? I believed that they were actually hoping to slow down WPT win, even at the expense of their own event, that it was worth preventing the growth of WPT win, and it was worth taking a little bit of a beating on their new Paradise event, which was probably created to slow down that event from the win. Regardless of the reason it was created, it was something new. It had about 10, 15 bracelet events, and I didn't like these being bracelet events. I don't like any of these events being bracelet events except the WSOP in the summer in Las Vegas. I don't like the online bracelets. I don't like the European WSOP bracelets. I don't like these bracelets at WSOP Paradise, but unfortunately it's not my choice. Anyway, these were bracelet events, and this took place in 2023 and 2024, and the experience itself was relatively uncontroversial other than a few hiccups and other than the concern that it was only existing to ruin WPT win. This year was the second one under GG Poker rule. Remember, GG Poker had control of the WSOP since 2024, so this is the second one they've had at WSOP Paradise. This one had its share of issues. Now, one of the issues we'll talk about as a separate topic, and that's the Ren Lin issue. So I'll skip that for now. But let's talk about all the other issues. There were a number of things that people were unhappy about this year at WSOP Atlantis, even though some of these were not new things. They were things that just got more discussion this year and maybe got worse this year in some ways. First of all, some people were unhappy with the Atlantis resort itself. They said that some of the towers needed renovation badly, the rooms were kind of run down, they're kind of tired looking, it just didn't feel like a luxury experience. Second, the food at Atlantis is notoriously expensive and also not very good. So people didn't like the food because not only didn't it taste very good, but it was very, very expensive. Value was very poor. I've heard that for a long time. The service was very slow, even by Bahamian standards. Anywhere you go in the Caribbean, the service is not going to be very fast, but even by those standards, people complained things were very slow, especially room service. Then there was a theft issue, and we'll talk a little bit later in this topic about the thefts that were alleged, but I'm talking about thefts by staff members, and apparently this has been something going on more than just this year. Influencer Bryce Hall, who was promoted by WSOP as someone who's going to be there, they had kind of a weird campaign this year where they were showing various known players And then it would show a picture of them and their name, and it would say confirmed, like it was stamped on there with an old school stamp in red, confirmed. So they had promoted Bryce Hall with that same confirmed thing. On December 14th, it said, from viral clips to poker flips, Bryce Hall is bringing the heat to Bahamas. Let's see if he can knock out the pros. See you in paradise, Bryce Hall. Confirmed. And they showed a picture of him. He's some kind of influencer, like he's one of those influencer guys who plays poker too. Anyway, he was not very happy with his experience. This is what he then put out on Instagram about like 2 days later. He put, terrible food, terrible service, casinos definitely cheat, room service takes over 2 hours to come, everything closes too early, terrible Wi-Fi, mean pit bosses and dealers, and nice view from room. You've heard of a compliment sandwich. This is a compliment open sandwich. Only had one piece of bread. The only compliment was that there were nice views from the room. Other than that, everything sucked. Now, he did clarify later when WPT jumped on this and quoted it and then said, sounds fun. They're trying to make this event look like it's a failure because they're the competition. And so Bryce didn't want to be used this way, so he responded, oh, no. I didn't like the resort, but I loved the tournament itself and the staff for the tournament. Everything with the tournament was great. I just hated the resort other than the views. So, okay, fair. But there's a lot more people were unhappy about besides Atlantis itself. The main thing at the WSOP Paradise tournament-wise was the 26K super main event. That's 26K buy-ins, a pretty high buy-in there. And it had a very aggressive guarantee of $60 million. So they needed over 2,300 entries to a 26K event, which is tough to get, to avoid an overlay. So people wondered, could they really accomplish this? Could they really have a $60 million guarantee? And I'll give GG Poker this. They were not ones who were likely to stiff the guarantee. So if they really did not reach that many buy-ins, they would have had to cover the difference. So people wonder if they're going to get there. That's really a lot of entries for something that's so expensive. It's one thing to expect 2,300 entries for something that's $1,000, but 26,000, I mean, that's I've never entered a tournament for that amount of money. Well, there was one little twist to this. They didn't need 2,300 people. They needed 2,300 entries because it was an unlimited re-entry event. See? So you get some deep-pocketed pros and they can just keep buying in and buying in and buying in if they bust. Well, that's what started happening. Now, who is a deep-pocketed pro you might know of that is likely to be there? Someone affiliated with GG Poker. Oh, yes. One Daniel Negreanu. So Negreanu was buying in over and over and over at the beginning of the event because he kept busting. Now, in his defense, he wasn't really playing that recklessly. He was just ending up with a lot of bad beats and unfortunate coolers where he just kept busting. So he was buying in over and over. At one point, he was on pace to buy in 36 times. Did Daniel Negreanu buy in 36 times for a 26K event? No. He ended up buying in 10 times because on his 10th buy-in, he finally caught fire and did not have to buy in again. So he only invested $260,000, not 36 times 26,000, whatever that is. But don't worry, others actually eclipsed what he did. 4 people bought in 12 times or more. Jesse Lonis bought in 12 times. Stephen Chidwick bought in 13 times. James Hopkins bought in 13 times. And Mike Monchek, also known as Texas Mike, bought in 14 times to lead the pack. But okay, these are just 5 guys we're talking about. Maybe they were outliers. Well, yes, they were outliers in that they all bought in more than 10 times, but they weren't as much outliers as you thought, because it was calculated that the average player in the event bought in 2.7 times. That is absurd for a $26,000 buy-in event. This isn't like a $300 event where it would make sense for the average person to buy in 2.7 times. This is a $26,000 event, meaning the average player spent over $70K on this event. Out of nearly 2,900 entries they got, and obviously they blew away the guarantee, out of nearly 2,900 entries, there were only 1,071 unique players. So why is this a problem, though? Why does this matter? I mean, sure, some of these guys fired in a lot of money at this. You had Texas Mike there buying in 14 times, spending well over $300K on a $26K event. But okay, if they can afford it, they can afford it, right? Why should you care about Texas Mike's money or Jesse Lonis's money or Daniel Negreanu's money? You shouldn't. But there are two reasons why this matters. First of all, this is a very big deal for some people to play even once. For example, satellite winners, people who satellited in some way and get to play their first 26K buy-in event in their lives and maybe the last one they'll ever play. So this is a very big deal to go to the Bahamas and play a 26K event. And these players were very frustrated that they were constantly being put to the test by hyper-aggressive, deep-pocketed pros and other rich guys who simply didn't care if they busted. So imagine that. You're a satellite winner, and even if you're not going to play scared, you know this is really like your only opportunity to play an event of this size, and you're very excited about it. So, say you flop top two pair. You go, okay, great. And then an aggressive pro says, I'm all in. And you look at the board and you go, oh shit, he could have flopped a straight. He could have a set. You start getting afraid to call. Even if you know they're over-aggressive, you start getting afraid to call because you know they are just going to keep pushing it in. They could have anything. You can't play careful poker because they keep putting you to the test for all your chips. Now, sure, if you've got it every time, or if they're just bluffing every time, or if they're just being overly aggressive and you have them beat, sure, that's great for you. You're going to keep accumulating chips. But what about the times you don't have them beat? What about the times you flop top pair good kicker and you've got to decide if you're going to fold to their all in? There's a lot of spots that are very tough, which wouldn't be as tough if these guys could only buy in once, or maybe if they could buy in 3 times max. But when you have people who absolutely don't care about having to rebuy, they will use that to their advantage and put pressure on the players who are doing this once in a lifetime because they won through a satellite or they're just taking a shot. So it becomes much tougher for these people, and it can be frustrating. So that's the first problem. But you can say, okay, that's the nature of tournament poker. You're going to have players who just don't give a shit and aggressively shove it in a lot, and you have players who are a lot more scared and really want to try to conserve their stack and get it in good. Well, okay. But number 2 is the bigger problem. Number 2 is that they allowed super late registration, presumably because they wanted to make sure that they would end up meeting this guarantee. So they allowed people to buy in so late in the process that they could leapfrog a large number of people who had already busted. And they could come into the event fairly close to the money. I don't know how close, but they could come in too close to the money. And I was told that this event, which was otherwise a deep stacked event, was allowing people to buy in when they would only have 20 big blinds at that point. So the blinds were high enough at that point when they'd buy in that they only had 20 big blinds, which meant they must have been getting pretty close to the money. And a lot of people did not like that either. That pros or other rich guys could just buy their way into being near the bubble already. So not only did these people who were rebuying a bunch have the edge that they could just not give a shit and just keep firing and put people to the test constantly, but they also had it in the back of their mind that at worst, they'll register at the very end and they'll have a decent shot to make the money anyway. They'll have a decent shot to make it deep anyway because they can come in so late in the process. So this really just ruins the entire concept of tournaments for a lot of people. And this is a main event. This is not one of these $300 rebuy events. This is a $26K main event that's operating this way. David ODB Baker, who I'm going to unfortunately have to talk about twice this show, he said this was a sliding doors moment. He said the WSOP Super Main Event is a sliding doors moment for the industry. Either operators will see this and succumb to the greed of it all, or the players and operators will see the bullshit this event is and decide to make good changes for the good of the industry. I hate agreeing with this guy, but he's right. I agree with him. I don't know if we should call it a sliding doors moment, but it is true. If the more this becomes accepted, the more these operators get away with doing it without a lot of pushback, then this is going to continue to happen more and more and get worse and worse. If you think this is bad, it can even get worse from here. So yeah, having a main event for this amount of money with unlimited rebuys and a super late registration is a disaster. It just makes a mockery of a main event. It turns it more into who has the deepest bankroll and who just gets lucky. Nadja Magnus, who is a Russian female poker pro, she's mostly liked, but she's occasionally been in controversy when she's donated money to bad people. It's kind of a weird thing to be in controversy for, but she's been in two controversies related to that. One with Bryn Kenny and some kind of charitable thing he was doing, and people didn't like that she was donating to it because they thought he was using this to rehabilitate his image and didn't want her to help. And then Jamie LaFay, she just outright gave her money with that whole GoFundMe crap that she did about 3 years ago. But anyway, aside from those two things, Nadja Magnus has a pretty good rep. She went, and she was extremely unhappy with that entire experience. She said, "Paradise, let's face it, it's no paradise. It's subpar housing with almost no quality food options. It's a house of pain. It's a bankroll crusher. It's everything what a single tournament shouldn't be. It's a massive psychosis where people can't fight their degeneracy. It's not good for poker, and it's not sustainable. It's a lottery. I'm not saying it because I played and didn't cash. I'm saying it because I've seen people's dreams crushed, bankrolls vanished, and mindsets destroyed. It's good for the house as the rake keeps flooding in, but it's very bad for poker's ecosystem. It's big pockets war. It's like playing blackjack against the house. I will not be back to witness this insanity unless the structure changes to be in line with what a true tournament was meant to be. Skill over unlimited number of re-entries, playing bingo deep into late registration." Well, even though I sometimes disagree with her takes, I mostly agreed with her sentiments in that post. Now let's discuss the venue. Let's go back to the Atlantis venue, because she complained about that too. David Baker's post was complaining about the event itself, but he didn't mention whether he liked or disliked Atlantis. She covered both. She didn't like the way the tournament was run, and she didn't like Atlantis either. And Bryce Hall definitely didn't like Atlantis, even though he did like the tournament. So let's discuss Atlantis. Well, Atlantis is what I consider a fake luxury resort. It's got a nice setting for sure. Very nice views. It's got a beach. It's got the light blue Caribbean water. It's got towers that look like Mayan temples, so it looks really cool from the outside. If you see a picture of Atlantis, it looks like a really cool place to visit. I will confess that when I saw commercials on TV for Atlantis in the 90s, I thought it looked awesome. When a coworker of mine went to Atlantis for his vacation in 2002, I was jealous. In fact, he came back and he showed everyone pictures of him swimming in the blue water and seemingly having a great time. And I said to him, "Wow, it looks like a great resort." And he paused and he said, "Well, not really. I mean, it was okay. I guess I had a good time. It's just, I don't know, a lot of things were disappointing. It's like not what I was expecting." But I don't want to be negative here. Let's not talk about that. So he caught himself. He didn't want to sound like a negative Nelly, but you could tell he was not happy with his vacation there. He didn't feel like he got good value for his money, and there was things there he didn't like. I didn't want to press, so I didn't, but that stuck with me. That stuck with me back in 2002, that this guy who worked with me went to Atlantis for what he thought was going to be a great vacation, and he came home feeling it was lacking in some ways. It really was an early form of an Instagram versus real life moment, because his pictures were beautiful, but he didn't have a beautiful time. This guy was not a snob. He was a middle-class guy with middle-class standards. He also wasn't a gambler or anything. Wasn't from poker or anything like that. This supposed luxury resort disappointed him. And this was in 2002. So some of the problems then may have gotten worse, like the rooms. Anyway, since then, I have learned more. Atlantis has a lot of issues. As I mentioned before, the food is notoriously expensive and tastes mediocre at best. The rooms are run down and in need of renovation in some towers, though the Cove Tower, which is the most expensive one, is fairly nice. The service is slow, even by Bahamas standards. And the employees there usually range from disdainful to apathetic. You don't have an experience where the employees act like they are wanting to serve you and are very polite and competent and wanting to help you. You kind of got like they're resentful and they really hate having to serve you, and they're going to put low effort into everything. That's kind of the vibe you get there from the employees. You definitely don't get the great service at a luxury resort vibe when you're at Atlantis, and this surprises people who go there for the first time because that's what they expect. You more get the staff is constantly annoyed with you vibe. And nobody there is outright rude usually. You just can tell that nobody gives a shit if you're happy. And most of the policies at Atlantis tend to be very rigid without exceptions. It just is not a luxury experience. Now, I'm not saying it's a terrible place. So if you get a comp or if you get a good deal through being Diamond or higher at Caesars because they have a partnership with them, and just by being Diamond or higher you get already a big discount. So if you get a comp or a good deal to go there and you keep your expectations low and you keep in mind all the stuff I just mentioned, you can have a nice trip there. Because if you don't go in with really high expectations and you don't pay too much money for it, then you can have a good time. Because, you'll still be swimming in a nice beach and the views are nice and the weather's nice. So it's not like it's a terrible place to be. I'm just saying it's not a luxury experience and you should know that. It's not a trip of a lifetime you're going to have. It's really a soulless mega resort that's mostly aimed at middle-class American schlubs. Now you may say, middle-class American schlubs? Druff, have you become an elitist? Are you looking down on the middle class? No. When I say middle-class American schlubs, I'm not talking about how I view the middle class. I'm talking about how they view the middle class. Because if it is a resort that's mostly aimed at the middle class and it's very large, they're not going to try very hard to please you because they don't see you as high-end clientele with high expectations. They see you as middle-class clientele that's used to mediocrity, and that's what they give you. There are many Caribbean resorts which are far better, including within the Bahamas itself. Now, there's also a theft problem. Bahamas is a poor country, and without a strong emphasis on service, some employees steal. There are actually some people over the years, including former poker pro Ben Wilanowski, who claimed that their laundry was stolen at Atlantis. I don't understand that. Like, what did they want with Ben Wilanowski's underwear? Why? Why would you want Ben Wilanowski's clothes? What were they doing with them? So strange. But he wasn't the only one saying that. Like, a number of people were saying they had their laundry stolen over the years. Not this year, at least, but the other years I heard about it, and Ben repeated it this year on X, so everyone knew about it. But it was more than just laundry disappearing there. Dylan Wiseman, he claimed, and I believe him because he's not someone who's known to be a liar, he claimed that he had $2,000 stolen from a backpack that he had in his room at the Cove, and that it happened between December 13th and December 15th. He was tweeting this on the 15th. He said, was lucky it wasn't anything more, but still very sketchy. Not the experience you want to have traveling to high-stakes poker stops. Yeah. So I don't think there's any chance he's lying about this. There are some people who claim they have their money, quote, stolen because they blow backer money in the pits and don't want to admit that they don't have the money anymore to play the tournament, so they blame it on theft. But that's not Dylan Wiseman. Number one, he isn't that type of guy. And number two, he has a lot of money. So he's not going to say he can't play anything because 2K got stolen. Like, 2K is not a whole lot of money to him, but it still sucks to lose 2K. Some idiots were attacking him on there and saying, oh, nice brag there. How is it a brag that he has 2K? I don't understand that. Like, a few people said that, and others were accusing him of lying, and there's just a lot of bullshit being written to him here when he's trying to be helpful and let everyone know about this and basically warning them to be careful. Others were shaming him for having left 2K in a backpack in the room when he wasn't there. I agree that wasn't very smart, but you don't shame the guy for it. It's good that he's letting people know. He could have kept quiet about it. Now, I don't think he did much further about it. He probably went to the front desk and complained, but I don't know if you're familiar with Dylan Wiseman, but he's a young guy in his early 30s and one of these soft-spoken, kind of passive dudes. I'm not talking about his poker play. I'm talking about his personality. I just couldn't picture him going to the front desk, especially in a foreign country, and really raising hell over something like this. So he probably just went to the front desk and told them, and they're like, well, we'll look into it. And then they told him, sorry, we don't know anything by, and he accepted it. That's my guess. He never posted an update what happened, so I think he was just telling everybody here to watch out, which is good. I'm glad he did that. But when things happen to those type of guys, they usually don't press to get a resolution, which they should. If this happened to me, I would be raising hell. I would be threatening to blow this up all over social media. I would be pressuring GG to get them to give me the money back. I don't know if GG would get involved, but I would try. I would really try every avenue I could to get the resort to have to deal with this, especially because it's only 2K, so it's believable they could give it back if they believed that it was stolen. Like, if I claimed 100K was stolen, I'd have no chance of getting that back, but 2K maybe. But I do believe him. I don't think there's any chance he's making that up. So he probably left 2K in a backpack. Maybe he forgot about it, left it in the room. Maid came in. Maid saw a backpack, thought, well, there's a poker tournament in town. Let me see what is in this backpack. Oh, $2,000. Sweet. And she pocketed it, and that was that. And they don't make much money, these employees, so 2K is a lot to them. It's worth taking the chance. So that's not good. By the way, you want to hear something amusing about Dylan Wiseman? He got married, I don't know, a few years ago. And the woman he was marrying, I guess she was very left-wing, and she was concerned that she did not want to take the last name Wiseman because of the man, M-A-N, at the end of his name, that taking a name like Wiseman was supporting the patriarchy. So she didn't want to take the name for that reason. And also, and these are her words, not mine. I read her blog about it, which Dylan actually linked on his X a while ago. She also wrote, like, what if the marriage doesn't work out, then she's stuck with the name, which is kind of not a very romantic thing to say. So she was thinking, well, what name do I take? I don't necessarily want to keep my maiden name, but I don't want to become Wiseman because I'm a woman, and that's supporting the patriarchy. So I'm not kidding. She changed her last name to Wise Woman. So seriously, that couple is Wiseman and Wise Woman. I wonder what people think when they see that. That's very weird. Maybe it's a generation gap. I don't get it. He's like 20 years younger than me. His wife looks around his age. So yeah, different generation. But I don't understand it. So you might be wondering, why all these Atlantis complaints right now, if apparently this has been the case for a long time? Yeah, Ben Wilanowski got his laundry stolen years ago. So there's been the theft problem. People have complained about the food for many, many years, even back to the 2000s. The rooms have presumably been run down for a while, and I've heard about that too. So why is this a complaint in 2025 when before there really hasn't been a big deal made about this whole thing? Well, it's because it was compounded with the super main event and issues people had with that. If everything went well with the tournament, there would have been less bitching about the Atlantis itself. But it was the fact that some people like Nadia came there, didn't like the resort, and then hated the tournament. So let's talk about what happened with the tournament. I already talked about what was going on with the unlimited re-entries and the very late registration. The problem here is that people were left feeling like they were playing more of a lottery and less of a contest of skill. And the big issue they had with that is that this is a main event. Main event type tournaments in any kind of tournament series are supposed to be different than preliminary events. So it's one thing to allow unlimited rebuys and late registration at a small buy-in event like $300. I still don't like it, but it's understandable. You don't have to have super deep pockets to re-enter a $300 event over and over if you want. But for a 26K event, most people can't just keep firing at that. So what this ends up creating is where people with very deep pockets, especially rich pros, can pretty much buy their way into the later stages no matter what happened with their previous buy-in attempts. And that's not good. Tournaments were originally conceived to be the great equalizer in poker. Everyone would start with the same stack. They could not rebuy. And the person who could barely afford the buy-in was on equal footing with a billionaire. They'd all have the identical opportunity. They'd start with the same number of chips. They couldn't rebuy. And once they were out, they were out. Now, that was the original concept of tournaments. Over time, that concept has eroded. But there's always been some semblance of order to the main events in major series. For example, the WSOP main event in the summer in Vegas, that has no rebuys. That is still a freeze-out event. There is late registration that you could buy in on day 2, but keep in mind that like 2/3 of the field is still in when day 2 begins, so that's actually not all that late. Nadia's impression was that it was depressing to see the rapid-firing degeneracy of all these people just buying in. I find it depressing for a different reason than she did. Presumably she did just because it looked like degenerates with a gambling problem, but look, some of these people doing it were winning pros like Jesse Lonis or Daniel Negreanu. So you can't be depressed for them. In fact, I'm not depressed when anybody fires off a lot of money into a tournament. That's their choice, their money. To me, it's much more depressing to watch the regular guys, the ones who only had one shot, the satellite winners, the recreational players, and that they get run over by these people who keep shipping it in and don't care. Now, at a cash game, that's fine. It's a great opportunity. You can always rebuy if you get unlucky against one of these guys, if they happen to really have it. But at a 26K tournament where it might be your only shot at something like that ever, it's frustrating to have to deal with that. And that's just not how a main event should be. So picture Joe Businessman from Iowa, who books a trip to Atlantis and plays the Super Main. He's wowed when he looks at a picture of the resort before getting there, how nice it looks in the exterior pictures. He imagines a luxury vacation with a memorable high-stakes event. Instead, he gets a rundown room, eats crappy and expensive food. He gets bad service. He deals with employees that don't seem to give a crap and kind of seem to resent him. And then he plays the tournament, and he loses on level 3 to a guy who just keeps shipping it in, and he loses his pocket kings against somebody who got it all in with him with Jack 8 offsuit and got lucky. You think Joe goes home and feels good about that experience? Of course not. He goes home thinking the whole thing sucked. And again, it's different if you happen to get a maniac at your table, but the maniac only has one buy-in, or maybe 2 or 3 buy-ins total that they can do. Okay, that's part of poker. But it's different when someone knows that no matter what happens, they can just keep rebuying, and then they can come in at the very end, near the bubble, in the very worst case. Sure, they're out a bunch of money, but maybe they don't care about that. So it totally ruins the tournament. Now, I will say that there were some more positive impressions. Phil Locke and Jennifer Tilley went, and Phil Locke tweeted on December 16th, "So long and thanks for all the fish," making a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference, and this is the video that they made with the view of Atlantis in the background.
Yep, we're winding down until last day.
Last day in paradise. We came, we saw, we almost conquered.
We dropped a few bullets.
Yeah.
We were steadily at 1 bullet each, and then it kind of drifted into 2 or 3 here and there.
We wanted to just do 1 bullet to make Daniel Negreanu annoyed, but then we ended up having more than 1 bullet each.
We had a great time. It's a pretty easy place to lose a bunch of money and have a great time. That's hard to do, but we did it. We managed that.
We love it here. We might just move in permanently. What's not to like? The Bahamian lifestyle, it agrees with me.
Yep. All right, signing out. See you guys.
So they had a good time there. I wouldn't feel too bad about Jennifer Tilly losing a few bullets. She has a whole lot of money. Whole lot, probably much more than you think. But they enjoyed it there. And funny enough, I actually spent a little time with both of them in St. Kitts back in the mid-2000s when they went to a Caribbean tournament over there. And I shared a van with them, just me, my then girlfriend, and Phil and Jennifer going back to the airport. Tell a friend who did not play there, he's a forum member, he did not go to the WSOP Paradise, but he did say that, first of all, anybody who's willing to enter a 26K even once should be in a Sapphire suite at the Cove. He said they're quite spacious, comfortable, and offer incredible views. He conceded that the Bahamas service was not very good, but that's a problem all over the Caribbean, he said, and the only way you avoid that is by going to a really expensive resort. And he said that if you know where to go, you could go somewhere like Carmine's over there, and you could have some very good food, and there's also some good fish spots at the resort. So he said you don't have to just go to the same slop over and over, but he said he does admit that a lot of people don't even realize those other restaurants are a lot better. So he said it's not a 5-star, but if your expectations are in the right area, it's fine. I will say that for the most part, the consensus was that the super main was kind of out of control with all those rebuys with a very late registration. It seemed like the poker community's consensus was that the registration was way too late, and that's the biggest problem. That if they cut off the registration earlier, that the unlimited rebuys wouldn't be as bad. Some people on X said that poker players always find a reason to bitch, and in fact, that the ones bitching about Atlantis are the ones who also didn't do well in the tournament, that they just are bitter because they lost and are finding reasons to complain. And that might be true, but they did happen to hit on some valid points. What I think happened here is the expectation gap is really what occurred. Some players unfamiliar with Atlantis were expecting it to be a lot nicer than it is, and they were disappointed. Some players who were expecting the super main event to be similar to the Vegas WSOP main event, and it was not. It was nothing like it, and they were shocked and disappointed by what it actually was, with the indiscriminate firing by rebuy happy pros and the super long late registration period. So I think a lot of people were just disappointed in that event versus what they were expecting. You put the two together, you had a lot of unhappy people. In a way, the event succeeded in that it had the highest guarantee aside from the WSOP main event in Vegas, and it had the largest field ever for an event of 25K or higher. So it did succeed in those ways. It had 72 million plus worth of buy-ins. So I guess in that way you can call it a success. I'm just saying there were a lot of people who were unhappy with it, and there's no reason for these problems. They could make this a good event. There might be a problem as far as holding it anywhere else because there's only so many places they can choose. They need a place with a big capacity and a place that allows gambling, and that really brings down the choices. So I can understand if they're kind of stuck at Atlantis that they want to have one of these big field Caribbean tournaments, but there's still some things they could do. They could put pressure on Atlantis, given the number of people they're bringing in. They could put some pressure on them to do better. They could put some pressure on them for the service to be better, the service to be faster. They could even ask them to lower the food prices temporarily while people are in there. They could do something. They can't get all the rooms renovated or anything like that, but they could do something as far as saying, look, a lot of people are unhappy. You got to improve things. And even if they don't do that, they could definitely fix the event on their end and make it at least more similar to the WSOP main than it currently is, because right now it couldn't be more opposite. The last topic I'm going to talk about regarding Atlantis is not really an Atlantis topic, so it's going to be a separate topic here. But this is an update about Ren Lin. Ren Lin, if you remember, was part of a controversy in October where he was banned actually on a day 2 at a WSOP circuit event in Cyprus. And it was revealed that he was banned not for any wrongdoing in Cyprus, but for cheating related to an event on GG Poker a few days beforehand. So I will very briefly tell you the story again, that Ren Lin was found to have given advice in a private chat room to a player who went by Real OA when Real OA was at a final table. Now, this was on GG Poker, and Ren Lin was and still is a GG Poker pro. So it was a very bad look that when this Real OA guy, who was also Chinese, just like Ren Lin, was in this private chat, that he's asking Ren for advice on how to play the final table, and Ren is giving him this advice in real time, like telling him what to do in specific hands. This was only found out because it turned out that another person at that final table happened to be in that chat room, and they didn't realize it. So that guy saw it, he screenshotted things, and reported it to GG Poker, and then Real OA and Ren Lin both got in trouble for it. So I guess they confiscated the money from Real OA, and I guess he had already cashed out some of it, but they confiscated whatever was left in his account, and Real OA was never identified. He's probably just a nobody. But Ren Lin, who is not a nobody, he was facing a lot of backlash on social media, and he did all the right things. He apologized. He and GG Poker made up the difference of what wasn't left in Real OA's account, so everybody got moved up one spot. So he did all he could after the fact, but this is only after he was caught. So one of the things that GG Poker did to punish him for this was that they banned him, in addition to banning him in the middle of that circuit event, they also banned him from GG Poker and the WSOP for an indefinite amount of time. And this was weird, because remember, he's a sponsored pro of theirs. So why would they ban one of their own sponsored pros for being part of cheating and then leave him as a sponsored pro? Wouldn't the very first order of business be drop his sponsorship? How could you ban your sponsored pro for being part of a cheating scheme, but leave him as a sponsored pro? It made no sense to me. They banned Real OA permanently from GG Poker and WSOP, but they only suspended Ren Lin from those, and they did not take away his sponsorship. And as I said at the time, back in October on this show, the fact that they didn't take his sponsorship showed that this was just performative, and that they were going to bring him back as soon as they could. Now, my prediction at the time was that they'd probably bring him back in May, just before the World Series of Poker. At that point, they could say he's served his time for 7 months, that, okay, now it's time to give him a chance. He hasn't done anything wrong in the interim. He apologized. He did all the right things. So, okay, the suspension's been 7 months. Let's let him back. So I had a feeling that would be the timing. But it turned out I was incorrect, because Ren Lin was actually unsuspended before WSOP Paradise. So basically, he was suspended from the World Series of Poker for as long as there were no World Series of Poker events. But the very first WSOP bracelet event that they had in a live venue, he was unsuspended before that. So that doesn't make any sense. You're suspending him from the World Series of Poker when the World Series of Poker is not going? So I made a joke on X. I said, you know what, I got caught cutting ski lift lines at Mammoth Mountain in California, and they decided to give me the punishment of banning me from skiing there in June, July, and August. It's basically the same thing. So he was suspended from the WSOP when the WSOP was not running. So people couldn't believe this, that he was actually brought back so soon. 2 months after his suspension and didn't miss any WSOP events. So they just quietly put him back in and he was playing again. This was discovered by Barry Carter, who is a UK poker pro who also posts a lot of funny stuff on X, Barry_Carter. He wrote, "Congrats if you had, quote, before the second half of the Stranger Things finale in the, quote, when will Ren Lin's WSOP ban end prediction market?" And then he showed that Ren Lin, whose real name is Tony Lin, was in an event as he wrote that. So yeah, that suspension was a farce, which is what I thought, but I didn't think they'd be that blatant about it, to actually bring him back before WSOP Paradise. I actually mentioned it was possible that if they were really, really just like in don't give a shit mode, they could bring him back for WSOP Paradise, but I didn't think they were going to, but they did. Wow. And it's just stupid. Like, if they don't want to suspend him over this, if they wanted to say, look, he wasn't actually cheating himself, he just gave a friend advice, which is definitely wrong, and we can see how it's considered cheating, and if he ever does this again, we're firing him, but you know, he's made it right here, he's apologized, he's never going to do it again, so we're satisfied he's not going to continue with this. We're satisfied we're not going to have further problems with him, and he's very sorry, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, I guess. But that's not what they said. They acted as if they're giving him a consequence of a suspension, which was meaningless. So why even go through that whole show of suspending him when they're just going to undo it 2 months later, right when the WSOP event comes back? Really stupid. They should have just never done a suspension. But I think their plan was to do it, satisfy people for the moment, and then just quietly bring him back and figure no one's going to mention it. And where he got kind of lucky was that there was so much other talk about things people were unhappy with at this tournament that actually drowned out this story. So hardly anyone's talking about this. So I guess it kind of worked. Moving along here, I'm going to talk about my experience in the Circa Survivor contest. I've been giving you updates throughout the football season. As you probably know, the Circa Survivor contest, you buy entries for $1,000 each. You can buy up to 10 of them per player. I bought 6 this year. And with each entry, you pick one team per week in the NFL to just win by no point spread. If that team loses, that entry is dead. You also cannot pick the same team twice, so you'll have to use a different team each time. Plus, you need separate picks on Thanksgiving and on Christmas. So that makes a total of 20 picks, 18 weeks of football, plus the Thanksgiving and the Christmas games. So one of my entries made it pretty deep. 5 of them died by the 3rd week, but the last one kept going, and I got all the way to the 13th pick I was going to be making. This was the Thanksgiving week. So getting pretty deep. Remember, you can only pick one team each time, and it can't be a team you used before. So you have to strategize when you want to use each team. And this can keep changing depending on how the teams are doing, how their opponents are doing. You have to always look ahead when you're making your picks. But my ticket looked in pretty good shape because I had a number of good teams left that I had not selected yet. The Thanksgiving pick was going to be tough because there's only 4 games to choose from. You have to pick something either on Thanksgiving Day or Black Friday the following day. Based upon both what I had already chosen and couldn't pick anymore, and also just what was the best picks to make, I was really on the fence whether I take either the Philadelphia Eagles against the Chicago Bears on Friday or the Baltimore Ravens against the Cincinnati Bengals on Thursday. Both of these were at home. Both of these were around a touchdown favorite. I had both of those available. I hadn't liked how either of those teams had looked recently, so it was a very tough decision. But I ended up going with Philadelphia. And I was thinking to myself, okay, I am a little bit worried here that what if I went the wrong way? What if Baltimore wins and then Philadelphia loses? I'll be kicking myself because it's a real tough choice. Well, to my delight, Baltimore, which was picked by a lot of people, ended up losing on Thanksgiving, which is what I was rooting for, both because it meant I made the right choice, and it also knocked out a lot of entries. In addition, the two other games on Thanksgiving were also won by the underdog. One of them was a small underdog in Green Bay winning. The two that had the vast majority of picks together were Baltimore and Philadelphia. So here we went into Friday with the Philadelphia game coming up, the one I had picked. And a lot of people had been eliminated due to all three favorites on Thursday, Thanksgiving Thursday, losing, which was great for me. Well, unfortunately, Philadelphia played a terrible game. Their woes continued. They had a very hard time stopping Chicago's running game. And they also lost. So all four favorites lost on Thanksgiving and Black Friday, which is very, very unusual. But that's what happened. So for a Survivor contest, that's an absolute killer. So it went down from well over 800 entries coming into Thanksgiving out of the 18,700 or so that started. So it went from well over 1,800 remaining entries from the starting 18,700 something to, I think, 47 entries left by the end of Black Friday. So almost all the field got eliminated by all four of the favorites losing. So who survived? Well, some people who survived were just ploppies. They were people who had stupidly used all the good teams earlier in the season and had to pick an underdog. They just didn't plan. So they get to Thanksgiving and think, oh crap, we don't have any favorites to use anymore. So I guess we have to pick one of the underdogs. That was a very stupid strategy, but it happened to work out for some people. But others did something interesting. Others who had multiple entries left actually picked against each other. They used their same entries to oppose each other. And they did that just in case something like this happens, where it's tremendous value in case the big ones lose. Because then there's hardly anyone left. And then your equity is huge in the contest. And it worked out perfectly for them. It also guaranteed them survival in some way in what otherwise was a very tough week to pick because you only had 4 teams to choose from, and none of them were a slam dunk. So that was an interesting strategy. And then there were some that just decided to do it. Some just decided, you know what, I may only have one entry left, but I'm going to go for it with one of the underdogs and see what happens. And then there were some people who had more than one left, and even if they weren't opposing themselves, they threw 1 or 2 on underdogs, just in case this happens. So last I saw, it's down to like 10. There was carnage the following week also, when Tampa Bay lost to New Orleans. So that knocked out a lot of the remaining 47. So then went down to like 11. I kind of stopped following it since then. I think now it's 10. Something that's gotten a lot of attention is something that I have been pointing out some additional details that this person doesn't seem to want others to know. There's a little loophole in Circa Survivor. Remember I mentioned that you can only sign up for at most 10 entries for 1,000 each? Well, there's no rule against partnerships. And some people have been really exploiting that to where syndicates get together and buy an insane number of tickets where they just send down a whole lot of people to buy tickets, 10 each, and then they manage all of the tickets at once. And it can be very hard to compete with that because they have so many different options of what they can pick. Now, yes, it's very expensive to do this, but they can spread out the picks well enough to where they've got a pretty good chance of making it deep. I don't know if it's positive expectation, but I do know that it's very hard to compete with this, and it kind of changes it into a whole different game. Whereas people like me really have to survive and can get knocked out by bad weeks like that. If you have 500 entries in the contest, it's pretty hard to knock all 500 out. So you're dealing with people who are just managing a mass number of entries to have optimal equity. And they're not really subject to the effects of luck and variance as much as the rest of us are with a few entries. Now, yes, they are spending a whole lot of money, and if things fall the wrong way, they could lose a fortune, whereas I only lost $6,000. But still, it changes the contest to have people who can make selections like that. And one of those people is poker player Galen Hall. Galen Hall mentioned that he had 5 of those 47 remaining entries after the Thanksgiving weekend. And I said, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. I wonder how many he started with. And sure enough, someone did the calculations and figured out that at minimum, he had to have these entries under 4 different names based upon which entries he said he had. He wouldn't say exactly what the names of these entries were, but he said what he picked. And people figured out that there was no way to have picked what he did unless he had it under 4 different names in the contest. On December 9th, he said he has 2 of the final 10. And he wrote, "My mother-in-law got a text asking how I was doing, and she replied, quote, Galen is pacing." Well, that kind of implies like he's nervous because he has 2 of the final 10 entries in the Circa Sports Survivor contest, where each one is worth $1.87 million in equity. But clearly he was part of some syndicate here. In fact, of those final 10, there's not a single person who still has more than 1 entry in there. But we know for sure he had it under 4 different names. When people asked him the name of his entries, he wouldn't say. People have asked this several times, and he won't say, which is annoying because he's trying to draw us into it. He keeps bragging about how many entries he has left. He's acting like a regular guy who just is nervous and has these entries left, but then he won't say what they are. And he won't answer questions about being part of a syndicate. He won't answer how many tickets he bought. So if Galen Hall is part of a group of tickets that's like 400 of them, is it really that impressive he has 2 of the final 10? I mean, it's good, it's profitable, but that's a lot different than just an individual making it to the end. And this is really one flaw with this contest that I hadn't thought of till this year, are these syndicates. I know the guy who runs the No Vig Sportsbook was bragging that he bought 500 tickets. I don't know how far he made it. But there really are large syndicates like that in the contest now. And I think as time passes, we're going to have more and more of that, especially when people saw how valuable it was in Thanksgiving week to have a lot of tickets to use, because then you can insure yourself from disaster and you can really have a gigantic jump in equity when the favorites lose. See, the decision you're always having to make in Survivor, and I discussed this before, is equity versus survival. And my attitude before was that it's so hard to make it to the end that you really just need to give yourself the best chance to survive. You're not going to live long enough to play enough contests to make it to the end. So you shouldn't try to get fancy and play teams that are underdogs, because that's going to beat you eventually, and you're just not going to have enough entries to get all the way through, nor can you play enough years to where this variance will smooth out. So even if you're getting better equity by picking an underdog because very few people are taking it, it's just not worth doing because it's just not going to land for you the right way enough times to where you're going to get to the end of the contest, and once you're out, you're out. But I wasn't thinking of these syndicates when I said that. But if you've got so many tickets to where you're not having to decide between survival and equity, and you can really just concentrate on equity, then that changes the game. And I think that's what Galen Hall was doing, and I think that's what a lot of these syndicates were doing. It's not free money, it's not guaranteed money by any means, and you could lose a fortune if you're bankrolling a lot of the syndicate, but still, it really takes a lot of that factor out of it. You're more engaging in equity calculations and risk management the entire way with a huge set of tickets than you are having to make decisions of how do I survive all the way through, or do I try to make an unusual pick and have higher equity? When you've got a ton of tickets, you don't have to make these decisions. So that really corrupts the contest in a way. And it's too bad because I really enjoy the contest. And I'm glad Circa puts it on, and it's very nice of them to do it with no rake. And I even asked, can you do something about this? And they said it's too hard. They said we can't really change the rules against partnerships because it's too hard to police. How are we going to know who secretly has a partnership behind the scenes? But honestly, if I were them, I would still make a rule against partnerships. And then if someone breaks it and gets away with it, fine. But this will stop people from just blatantly doing it. It at least gives some people pause that if they're caught doing this, then they can be disqualified. I just hate the fact that you have guys like Galen Hall playing under all these different names and find different paths to make it, while the rest of us have to make tough choices. So that kind of sucks. I had a lot of fun playing the contest. I didn't actually lose a full 6K because I sold off more than half of the 6K worth, and I kept 82% equity for myself because I got deep. So I ended up losing like 2,700 or something when it was all done. But it was fun. Very fun following. And I was looking since then, would the teams that I would have picked survived? And the answer is so far yes, but yes with an asterisk because I had a very tough decision for week 14. And depending upon whether I chose the Ravens or a different team, then I may not have made it anyway. So I'm not sure what I would have done. I didn't agonize over it anymore. I didn't really think much about what I would have picked once I was out. So it's kind of hard to predict that. But every other pick I would have made since then would have won. So I'll be back next year. I don't know, maybe I should look for one of these syndicates to join. That's probably my best chance. Stupid. Some people get angry at me for pointing out what Galen was doing. Someone said, oh, you must be fun at parties. I'm like, look, I'm not going to pretend like this is a tremendous accomplishment when he's got 1 million tickets and he's not being honest about it. It's not like he said, hey guys, I bought 150 tickets and yeah, I know I had a lot more of a chance to get to the end than most of you, but still it's a pretty big accomplishment to have 2 of the final 10 in my control. I'd agree with that. But I hate this like, oh, I'm this guy who's doing so well here. Oh, I'm so nervous, I'm pacing. And in reality, he bought a ton of tickets and won't answer anyone about it when they ask him questions. Like, he doesn't owe anyone an explanation, but if you're going to publicize how well you're doing and act like the regular guy player, then yeah, you kind of need to answer those questions. No one forced him to broadcast this to the world. You may have seen this in the news. A man is suing the Aria because he claims they drugged him and got him to sign for $75,000 worth of markers while playing, and that he lost that money and had no idea he was playing or losing it because he was so out of it due to being drugged. Yeah. Whenever these gambling stories like that come across mainstream news, I get a lot of people texting it to me wanting me to cover it. But it is an interesting story, and I definitely am going to cover it. So here's what happened. A gambler named Michael Duke Thompson claimed that in January 2024 that he was somehow drugged and woke up and realized what was going on when he was handcuffed to the wall of the casino security pen, and then later found out that he had $75,000 more debt to them than he ever thought he did. He claimed he had been playing at Aria for years and that there was never any problem, that he took out markers, which are loans if you don't know what those are, and always paid them off. So he'd take out his markers, he'd get his chips, and if he lost, he'd always pay the markers back. Claimed he had a pristine record. He's 64 years old, and his story was that he was gambling at the Aria on January 23rd, 2024. He was playing in the high-limit blackjack room, and it was around midnight. and that he took a marker for $10,000 during the night. He claimed that he paid off that marker, and then basically that was the last thing he remembers. That shortly after he paid off the marker and continued playing, that the next thing he remembered was waking up in the casino security pen, handcuffed to the wall. He was told that the reason he was handcuffed was they found him sleeping in the Sky Suites lounge, which is a kind of semi-public lounge that is up by the suites, and that security found him sleeping there, which isn't allowed. So they tried to wake him up and say, hey, you're not allowed to sleep here. You need to go back to your room. And that he got very agitated and aggressive with them to where they finally had to detain him and then trespass him from the Aria and never let him come back. So he was basically in the process of being trespassed and kicked out when he was in those handcuffs. And he woke up in those handcuffs at like 11 a.m. The next day, he called his host and said, hey, do you know what happened here? Because here I was playing blackjack, and then I'm just drawing a blank after that. The next thing I remember, I was in handcuffs, and it was much later. It was 11 a.m. by then. So what happened to all that time, and how did I get in handcuffs, and why'd they ban me? Like, what happened here? So she looked into it and said, well, you were kicked out, and told him the story about the Sky Lounge and how he was fighting with security, and that's what got him kicked. But she said, you also have a marker for $75,000. How do you want to pay it off? And he said, $75,000? I didn't sign for that. And she said, oh, yes, you did. We show that you signed for $75,000 last night. He said that she told him that there is a discrepancy of what he lost versus what's on those markers, so that he didn't lose all $75,000 at their tables, they claim, from what they were tracking. But that's what he took out, and he said he didn't have any casino chips left, so it's kind of unclear what happened to those other chips. But in any case, he took out $75,000 worth of markers, they said, and he owes them back. Now, if you don't pay your markers to casinos in Nevada, they come after you, and they come after you hard. And they'll even have you arrested in other states and have you shipped back to Nevada to answer for this. So they take it very seriously when you take markers out and don't pay them. So what happened was the bank then called him a few months later and said the Aria had submitted $75,000 worth of markers for payment. And he said he was still trying to deal with them. He was very surprised that they were trying to collect on these markers when he was still trying to get answers as to what happened that night, when he claimed nobody would tell him anything. His bank marked them not authorized and returned them. So what happened is the Aria turned the markers over to the district attorney, which then charged him in November 2024 with drawing and passing a check with intent to defraud and theft of $25,000 or greater, but less than $100,000. He was actually arrested, and after months of negotiations and a trial date actually being set, he finally agreed to pay off the markers while not admitting that he really took them out. He was still insisting he did not take out those markers, and that they pulled some shenanigans when he was drugged like that. And if he did take them out, that he took them out not knowing what he was doing because they had drugged him. That was basically his claim. And they said, nope, tough luck, you still owe them. And so did the district attorney. So this was the compromise. He's going to pay them, but not admit that he owes it. So that's what he did. So the criminal case was then dismissed. He has since filed a civil case against the Aria over this whole matter, and that's what has come out here in the news. Michael Duke Thompson is also a licensed attorney, though he has someone representing him. Regardless, he is claiming that the Aria has been, quote, unjustly enriched through improper means, and also accused them of malice for pressing criminal charges despite his ongoing attempts to resolve the situation. He is demanding a jury trial and wants the damages to be determined in court. Aria has not yet filed a response. So is this possible that this actually occurred the way he claimed. Is it really possible that they drugged him and then kind of tricked him into signing markers for $75,000 while he didn't know which way was up? Or is it possible they even forged his signature knowing he was so out of it that he would believe that he had done it himself? This is actually a trick that is done at shady strip clubs, where they'll get the guy really, really, really drunk, and then they'll just start charging his card while he's passed out. And a lot of times these guys have a very hard time proving that they did not make these charges themselves. And sometimes they don't even suspect what happened. Sometimes they actually believe that they did make these charges and just don't remember. So he was suspecting some form of that had happened. Now, this guy seems to have a lot of money. At the moment, he lives in a condo in San Juan, Puerto Rico, which is described as, quote, luxurious. He also was a long-time, at least semi-high roller there at Aria. So it doesn't seem like he can't afford that $75,000. It just seems like, on principle, he doesn't want to pay it. He really feels like they stole from him. So what do I think happened? Of course, there's a lot of guessing I have to do here. There's a lot of allegations he's making that it's impossible for me to know what really happened. But what do I think happened? Well, there's a lot of problems with this guy's story. First of all, Aria would not want to trespass someone like him who shows up there and regularly chunks off 5 figures or more at their casino per trip. They want guys like that. They're not going to try to steal $75,000 from him on one trip and then ban him under false pretenses, because he's worth a lot more than that long term, even in the medium term. So it doesn't make sense that they would do this only to get $75K out of him. Furthermore, the trespassing part wouldn't be necessary if they were to just drug him and steal his money. So if the goal really was just drug him and either forge markers in his name or get him to sign for markers when he doesn't know what he's doing, they wouldn't have to do the whole trespassing thing. They wouldn't have to do the whole thing where they say he was a problem and had to bring him to casino security handcuffs and then trespass him from the property. They would just say, hey, well, sorry you don't remember, but you owe us this money. So the fact that this trespassing thing happened shows that there's a lot more to this story than he realizes. That I think it's very clear that he really was sleeping it off at the Sky Suites Lounge. They really did try to get him to wake up. He really did get agitated and fight with them or whatever he did to get himself detained and then trespassed. So if he really did this stuff, the only questions remain, did they drug him or did he drug himself or maybe just drink too much? And what were the circumstances behind this $75K? There are some people with the theory that he's just a sore loser and is trying to do this to get out of paying. I don't think so. It seems like the guy has a lot of money, and it seems like this is out of principle. And my guess is he really believes something happened to him. It seems to be that he believes that they drugged him and took advantage of him. But what he believes and then the truth could be very different things, even if he honestly believes it. Now, the casino is responsible for making sure he is in a proper state to take out these markers and to gamble. Responsible gaming law requires that the patron has his wits about him and knows what he's doing. So if someone is so drunk or so high that they have no clue what's going on, the casino is supposed to stop allowing them from gambling and definitely not issue them markers. So that could be his best claim here, that they were issuing these markers when he was clearly in a very bad state. They apparently will not release the footage to him, the video footage of what was going on. So he claims that's proof that they did something wrong. That may or may not be true, but it also just might be because they don't want the negative publicity of this whole thing. And if it's shown that he's really out of it and he's taking out these markers, even if it's kind of a marginal case, this would be very bad publicity if it got out and it's showing Aria taking advantage of their high rollers like this. If you see the guy is just really, really messed up, and yet you see him signing for markers, that could look really bad. So that's probably why they don't want to release it. They don't want this stuff ever being seen. But that doesn't necessarily mean they did anything wrong. But at the same time, it is possible that he was in a bad enough state that they should not have let him take out these markers and should not have let him gamble. So that is very possible. That is the best shot he has at this. But he shouldn't be counting his money just yet, because a similar case was brought in for much, much, much more money back in the 2000s when Terrence Watanabe lost his fortune. He lost, I think, $129 million at Caesars Properties in 2007, and then took out an additional $14.75 million in markers that he actually didn't have the money to back. So that one was kind of a two-pronged case where they were going after him for unpaid markers, and he was going after them for gaming violations and taking advantage of him when he was drunk or high on pills. And they both ended up walking away from this. They basically didn't give him any money back, but they let the markers go. That was the way it ended up being settled. But if you look at the Watanabe case, he really was just inebriated really badly while he was losing that $129 million for most of the time. And yet, he didn't get any of it back. So, if Watanabe didn't get any money back out of that massive fortune he lost while being completely out of it on alcohol and pills, then I have to imagine this guy with a $75K is not going to fare much better. And I think the courts probably see it that way because there's too many people who can claim that when they lost money gambling, they were drunk. So I think they don't want to open the doors to where anyone who was drunk while they were gambling can claim they were too drunk to be playing and get the money back. So even if it's against gaming regulations to allow these people to gamble, I think they still don't want to set a precedent where people get money back if they were allowed to gamble under those circumstances. Now, he does have a second factor possibly helping him, and that is the fact that the Aria can't account for all $75K in outstanding markers of where all that money went. He apparently had no chips left, but the casino didn't note $75K worth of losses. So what happened to the rest? Well, there's a lot of ways that this could have happened. He could have dropped chips when he stumbled from the table up to the Sky Suites lounge. He could have passed out with the chips next to him and someone saw it next to him and just stole them. He could have lost more than what the Aria realized he was losing, because sometimes at table games they don't keep perfect track. So maybe he bet more and lost than they realized, and that's where the money actually went. It's really impossible to tell. So he could make the claim that this was stolen by employees, maybe even the security who was fighting with him, and thus he shouldn't be responsible for the entire markers. He can say, hey, I signed for $75K, somehow I walked away with no chips, their own records don't show I lost $75K, they have it all on video they won't release, so where's the rest of it? They have to show me. So he can claim that. But there's a problem with that claim. First of all, as I said, the tables don't track losses perfectly. And second, it is possible he walked away with the chips and lost them somehow. The casino is not responsible to track what happens to his chips once he walks away from the table. So if he took the chips with him and dropped them all over the casinos when he's stumbling around drunk, that is not their responsibility to keep track of and get them back to him. So I don't think he's going to win on that claim. I don't think he's going to win on either claim. He also says his signature on the markers only slightly resembles his real signature, but that would make sense if he was super drunk. It's also possible he took his own drugs or own pills and they interacted with the alcohol, and he's blaming it on them. Of course, he wouldn't admit that, but let's say he's used to drinking and taking pills at the same time, and in the past it's always been okay, and this time he had a worse reaction and just was so out of it he didn't know what was going on, and it resulted in all this. Well, he's not going to say, oh, man, I didn't handle my pills well this time. He's going to say, oh, well, look, I know these pills. This never happens to me when I take these pills when I'm drinking. So they must have given me something to really drug me. So that might be what he thinks happened, but anyone with common sense would say, no, if he's bringing pills and drinking at the same time, this is probably his fault. I just don't see it likely that the Aria would drug him and do all this for $75K. There's the small possibility that his host could have been in on this because the host gets commission when he loses. So the host could get personally enriched by getting him to lose an additional $75K. But it's starting to get far-fetched, and there'd have to be other people involved, and a lot of people can get in a lot of trouble for this, and the Aria itself can get in a lot of trouble. It just doesn't seem worth it for that amount of money. And there's just too much you have to pull off. So I just don't think he was drugged. I think he just doesn't remember. He either drugged himself or drank too much, and he's assuming the worst of the Aria. And it's also easy for him to be angry at them because they also banned him, and he woke up in handcuffs. Basically, whenever there's somebody who ends up in a major altercation with security, and not because security is trying to hassle them because they're perceived as an advantage player or something like that. I'm talking about security where you do something to them and they have to fight back to detain you. Anyone who does that when they're high or drunk and then later has a claim that they were screwed in some way, the claim is almost never true. It's almost always the fault of the actual drunk and high person who's just delusional and thinks that something happened to them. I have known people in my life over the years who have done things when drunk or high that they absolutely don't remember. And I'm shocked how they seem coherent at the time, and then when I mention it even a day later about what had been going on the previous night, they have no recollection at all. And they're not kidding. So I bet there's some form of that here. He just can't accept it. It also just might be psychological for him that he might feel so foolish over what happened, it's easier for him to believe for himself that this wasn't his fault. So I'd be very surprised if this lawsuit ends up successful for him in any way. Remember, he already paid the money, so it's just a matter if he gets any back or if he gets any punitive damages, and I think both are unlikely. If you want to text me, the phone number is 775-372-8355. From the 506, it said, let's go. This is at 2:54 a.m. I said I'm going to start this at 2:15. I ended up starting at 3. Let's go. Some of us have jobs and families and plans. When you say 2:15 a.m. PST, the least you can do is start somewhat on time and not disrespect your fans, especially the ones who stay up late just to listen to you. You're constantly late to the point I don't think you even try. I'm an everyday guy that's been listening for years. Try to be more considerate of your live listeners in the future. Thank you. Have a good show if it even starts. But then he got a better attitude at 3:13 a.m. when I actually started, and he wrote, finally. Okay, well. Was your family really around at 2 in the morning? Or 3 in the morning? Like, were you sitting there with your family and neglecting them in favor of my show, and then my show didn't start on time and you were annoyed? Like, did you really have much else to do at 2:15 in the morning? I have some doubts here. Even if you were in a different time zone. I mean, I'm glad that you've been a long-time listener live, and I appreciate that. And yes, I started a lot later than I thought. But I was preparing. I was getting stuff ready. I wasn't just goofing off. But at least you stuck around. You wrote finally, so you actually were around for the beginning of the show. I don't know if you're still there. That's from the 506. Someone who's never texted me before either. That's the first thing he ever texted me. Desert Runner texted, is the Atlantis in Bahamas the same chain as Atlantis in Reno, Nevada? I don't think so. I've never looked that up, but I've never... I don't know. The answer is I don't know, but I'm guessing no. From the 519, someone listening right now, that person bitching about you not starting on time sounds like me when I messaged you years ago about how annoying it is when you're late. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So this person has reformed here. that they no longer complain when they start late. They can relate to this person, but they're different now. They're more patient now. Okay, let's move on. Maurice Hawkins is back in controversy. He ended up getting beaten up at a Florida home game, and when more of the story came out, the whole thing just got stranger and even more shocking. Maurice Hawkins, of course, is well known for his controversy involving being a deadbeat. He owes a lot of people money, including one of his major backers in the past. He has a ton of circuit rings, and he's done very well in tournaments overall over time. I don't know if he's a overall winner or a loser, but he has a lot of wins. And everybody who watches him play tournaments agrees that he's probably a winning tournament player. He is a good tournament player. I won't take that away from him. However, very, very bad at managing money. And he also is very arrogant and sometimes abusive with people at the table. And he gets very nasty at those who give him a hard time about his lack of payment of what he owes them. So he owes people all over the place. He acts like a jerk about it. He acts like a jerk in general to people at the table sometimes. So I will say the one time I played with him, he was totally fine. But I've heard this over and over that he's very unpleasant at the table and very arrogant. So there's a lot of things people dislike about him. He's very, very disliked in poker. And when this stuff gets covered or discussed, there's like no humility. He just basically tells everyone F you and basically treats himself as the victim, which gets people even angrier. So he's not even like saying, hey guys, I've got a gambling problem, I'm a degenerate, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done these things, I'll try to pay back as soon as possible. No, he's acting like you're bothering him to be discussing this or to be asking that he pays what he owes. So very, very unpopular player at this point, despite tremendous success in the World Series of Poker circuit events. Well, in late November, Maurice Hawkins got beat up, and it even got on video. I won't bother playing it because there's not any audio to it. Initially, what came out, and this was on Poker News, and he has a big feud with Poker News. He hates them, and he hates Chad Holloway. He thinks they're biased against him because they've covered a lot of the stories about him that aren't very flattering. And the truth is, Poker News is just covering what's happening. Poker News has done a good job with chronicling all of Maurice's hijinks, and he should be mad at himself for behaving in this way and for screwing people over in this way and for being as arrogant as he is. He should be mad at himself for this, not at Poker News for covering it. But he feels they're biased against him and that they're just trying to always cover negative things about him and always spin it against him. So that's a little side story in this whole thing. But undaunted, they're still covering it. So Connor Richards of Poker News covered this one. They actually got this video from someone at this home game at a house in Florida. And it shows this pretty muscular white guy, or white-looking guy. I guess he wasn't fully white, but he looks white in the video. Punching Maurice, and Maurice is kind of just cowering as this guy just keeps landing punches on him. And then after a relatively short time, they're separated. Now, to be fair, Maurice wasn't giving up just yet. He was getting punched, but it didn't look like he was totally done. He looked like he wanted to punch the guy back. And it also seems like the guy started it when Maurice wasn't quite ready for it all to start. So the guy did have an advantage. But looking at the whole thing, it did look like the guy probably would have won the fight, even if it was all started with both people all ready to start the fight. So at the time, it seemed this didn't have to do with any debts that Maurice owed. The person who gave the video to Poker News claimed that Maurice was just running his mouth about how good of a boxer he is, and that he was talking shit to one of the players at the table who finally just got up and started hitting him while Maurice was still sitting. So while people sort of agreed that the guy who attacked him, whose name was Eugene, people kind of saw that Eugene kind of just started hitting him out of nowhere while he was still seated, so he was at a disadvantage. but nobody was feeling bad for him because they just think he's a jerk and they think he really has had a beating a long time coming for whatever reason it is. They didn't care the reason that this Eugene was punching him. They were just happy someone was finally punching him. Maurice then tweeted himself about this after seeing the Poker News article pop up. He wrote, "The narratives are hilarious. A guy tried to sucker punch me and sneak attack me while I'm in my seat. Then you post I got my ass whoop. Fucking hilarious. What do you think happens? If I don't get grabbed," referring to separated from the guy, "when I got to my feet, here you go, the truth of what happened." So here's the video of the aftermath of it that Maurice shared himself.
You gonna say apology or something? Apology? You gonna say something? I'm sorry. Shit. All right, go ahead, turn me out. Turn me out. I'm gonna break this shit. I'm gonna break this shit. Go ahead. What?
They're being separated here now.
Go ahead. Swing on me, little bitch ass dude. I'm just playing with your bitch ass.
Bro, they all got guns. Me neither. Nigga, they...
So now one guy ran out saying, "Nigga, they all got guns." So that was a video that Maurice shared. But I'll give you the rest of the story here that was later updated on Poker News, and you'll understand a bit more of what happened. And this really is pretty crazy. So this Eugene, his real name is Eugene Castaneda. That's his full name. Eugene is his real name, but his full name is Eugene Castaneda. Castaneda claimed that he's known Hawkins for a long time and that Hawkins was rude to him from the very beginning when they first played. He said, "I always remembered that," and said that the first time he ever played with Hawkins actually goes all the way back to 2008. He said over the years he played him a number of times and he did his best to kind of keep his distance and limit their interactions. But he remembered that in 2008 that Hawkins was very rude to him. However, Castaneda claimed that early in 2025, an old guy named Rusty started playing in their home game on Wednesdays, and this is a game in Stuart, Florida, which I believe is the same place where this fight took place. He said Rusty was a really nice guy and was a fish, so they were very happy to have him, an old guy who was a fish, who was very nice and had a very good attitude, even though he was getting beat all the time at the poker table. So that's the type of player they wanted to have there. So then Maurice Hawkins allegedly became very friendly with Rusty and borrowed $20,000 from Rusty and never paid him back. So Rusty became sour on the whole poker game and didn't come back because Maurice stiffed him out of $20K like that. So claims Eugene Castaneda. So Eugene was mad about two things here. First of all, he just felt bad for Rusty, that Rusty got screwed over this way because he was a nice guy. And second, Rusty was not in the game anymore, and he loved having him there because he wasn't good at poker. So anyway, Eugene was at this game, now with Rusty long gone. He hadn't seen Maurice in a while. And he was shocked to find out that Maurice was invited to play because the stories of Maurice's debts were very well known by this point, and he couldn't believe that they were willing to let him play there. However, they did make Maurice post money up front. He was the only one there who couldn't play on credit, so everyone was okay with it, especially because, according to Eugene, Maurice is not a good cash player. Eugene concedes that Maurice is a good tournament player, but he said Maurice isn't very good in cash games like he is in tournaments, so that's why people wanted him in that game. Eugene wasn't thrilled about this because he just didn't like Maurice personally, and even if he wasn't that good at cash, it just wasn't worth having him there. He just thought Maurice is a jerk and would prefer not to have him around. But it wasn't really his choice, and they were playing together anyway. Now, there's a picture of Eugene, and it's true, he doesn't look white in this picture that they posted, this facial picture. He looks like a Hispanic guy, and is a Hispanic guy. His name is Eugene Castaneda. So he was in seat 2. The person who recorded the fight video, a guy named Trey Rock, was in seat 3. and Maurice Hawkins was in seat 7. Some other person in seat 9 who's not identified, that guy was having a weird conversation with Maurice about Maurice's nationality. So Maurice said, "I'm Black American." And then the player asked back, "You're Black American?" And then Maurice said, "That's right, white boy." So then Eugene decided to pipe up. And he said to Maurice, "Just so you know, Black American is not a nationality." And he claims that Maurice said back, "Yes, it is, white boy." And Eugene said back to him, "No, it's not, and you know I'm not white." So then Eugene explained that he is Cuban and said that Cuban American is not a nationality. So he's American, but he's also has a Cuban nationality, so he's not white, but he's also American, is basically what he's saying. So they actually had this weird argument where Maurice claimed that Black American was a nationality, and Eugene was claiming that Cuban American, which is what he is not a nationality. What a weird thing to argue in a poker room. So then Eugene claims that Hawkins asked, "Why are you so angry, buddy, buddy, buddy?" Eugene said back, "First of all, you need to stop calling me buddy. And second, as a matter of fact, I'm far from being your buddy." And then Maurice asked, "So what? Why are you so angry? You want to box about it?" And then Eugene said, "Fuck yes," and jumped up, walked over to his seat, and just started punching him. And that's when the video started. He also said to Poker News, referring to Maurice, he fucked with the wrong dude. Now here's where it gets really weird. After they had been separated, Maurice immediately walked out of the house, and you could see this on the subsequent video that was provided, but I'm not going to play it because it doesn't have any sound. But Maurice just walked right out of the house, and someone followed him immediately and went out to calm him down, because they were afraid right after that fight, if Maurice just walks out, that maybe he's going to get a weapon. And the guy was trying to encourage Maurice to go back in the house, but Maurice said no and just kept walking. So then Maurice went to his car, got something out of there, but it's not clear what he got. When he got to the door, that same player was really trying to get him not to go back in, just in case he had a gun, and urged him to go for a walk instead. Well, Hawkins didn't care, just pushed his way through, went right back in the house. And that is when I was playing that video to you that Maurice provided. They basically got face to face. This time they're both standing. So Eugene said, "You said you wanted to box, so we boxed." And then Maurice said, "Try me now." And he had his right hand in his pocket. And then Eugene got worried that "try me now" means, come at me now, and I'm going to shoot you. Yeah. Crazy. So Eugene was worried that that's what he meant. Not "try me now and I'll kick your ass," but "try me now and I'm going to shoot you." So then apparently Eugene had a gun, and he actually reached for the gun that he had, which he admitted he had, and said that "I'm not the only one holding a gun at this point." He said, "You think you're the only ones with guns here?" Apparently, Eugene got this gun while Maurice was out getting whatever he was getting. He said, "I ran to my car to protect myself because players become fearful that he went to his car to get something." In that video I played you heard at the end, the guy making the video, that Trey Rock person, said, "Bro, they all got guns." So I don't know if anyone ended up seeing Maurice's gun, but it was kind of believed he had one. And Eugene definitely had one that he went and got when he thought Maurice was getting one. Thankfully, this didn't end up in a shooting match. Now, strangely enough, after that whole thing, would you believe that the game continued and these guys both continued playing and there was no further fighting or pulling out guns, that the game just continued after that? That's insane. Also, they both ended up winning. Maurice walked away up $7,000, and Eugene, who was down $3,000 when the fight started, then went on a $5,300 run, but apparently not for Maurice, and walked away $2,300 ahead. Eugene said that he had his gun in his pocket the entire way, but remained silent for the remainder of the time, and nobody brought up the incident again because they didn't want the fight restarting. So everyone just pretended it didn't happen and kept playing poker. How weird. Those home games are crazy sometimes, especially with Maurice Hawkins there. All right, let's talk about dogs. Let's have a dog conversation.
Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog.
You might love dogs, but do you love dogs in the poker room? Do you think dogs should be in the poker room? Now, how can dogs be in the poker room? Well, dogs can be in the poker room when they are a service animal. Now, this is a trick that many people pull, not just in poker rooms, but they pull it everywhere they can, where they've got a pet they want to bring with them, and they claim it's a service dog. And a service dog doesn't have to be one that's helping you with a physical problem. They can also be helping you with an emotional problem. So you can claim it's a service animal. You can get the service animal a vest. You can get it real cheap off Amazon or anywhere else. Put it on the dog. You don't need to prove anything. In fact, the venues cannot ask you to prove it. You just have to say it's your service animal, and they have to believe you, according to the American with Disabilities Act. This is one of these things that was passed for a good reason initially and then got abused. Initially, this was done to allow blind people to bring their guide dogs into businesses, because otherwise these blind people had a very hard time doing anything outside the house if everything had no dogs allowed. They couldn't go to restaurants, they couldn't go to the grocery store, they just basically couldn't go anywhere indoors, even though their guide dogs were very well trained and would not ever cause a problem for anyone. They just were not allowed to go where dogs were not allowed. So federal law was passed that compelled all businesses to allow dogs for blind people that needed them as guide dogs. But this expanded over time to not just be for blind people, but then just also for anybody who had some kind of physical disability to where the dog would help them. And then it expanded to any kind of disability, including an emotional disability. So all you have to say is, this is my emotional support animal. I need this dog with me because otherwise I freak out. This dog keeps me from freaking out in public. So they're helping me control my panic attacks and anxiety. So I need this animal with me at all times. And you don't even have to explain it. You just have to say this is an emotional support dog. It's a service animal, and they can't question it further. Well, if you think about poker, there's not a lot of room at the poker table. In fact, even without dogs, you can sometimes feel cramped. So can you imagine at a full tournament table if someone has a giant dog on the floor near your feet that's taking up what precious little legroom you have? Well, this came up back in April. I don't believe I discussed it on the show at the time. Justin Zaki, who is a fairly long-time poker pro, posted a picture of a female with blue hair sitting at a poker table with a large dog at her feet, and also had her shoes on the ground and her legs and feet up on the chair. So even though you don't see her feet, it's very clear she's barefoot because her shoes are off, and her very big dog is under the table and, in fact, blocking the legroom of a guy sitting next to her. So Justin Zaki tweeted this out. He didn't say who it was, and it was a picture of her back, but it was kind of obvious if you knew her from her blue hair. And he wrote, "All right, I gotta hear it. What you all think about this?" This was in April 2025. And there's a reason I'm bringing it up now, by the way. I'm not bringing you a story from 8 months ago. So the girl's name is Jess Vierling, and she's in her late 30s. She originally is from Germany, but she lives, I believe, in Las Vegas now. And this is what she said. She addressed the fact that this was brought up and admitted it was her. She said, "My feet don't stink. If that were the case, I wouldn't do that to anyone, including, and most importantly, myself." Let me stop right there. If you have a foot fetish, maybe you would enjoy this. But for everybody else, it's really not good to have your bare feet up on the chair. Now, someone brought up the point, hey, there's a lot of people who play in sandals. That's almost the same thing. Yeah, but they don't put their sandals up on the chair. It's like their feet are usually on the floor. But to put your bare feet up on the chair is kind of insensitive. But okay, that by itself I don't think is worth shaming someone on X about it. But then she addressed the dog thing. What it looks like, I don't give a fuck. It's comfy. This is referring to her feet. Look away if it bothers you. No smell. Service dog is hydrated, loves being pet, and you can't do shit about it. Get a life. Now, that's not a very nice thing to say back. I know she was mad that he was kind of shaming her out there, but service dog is hydrated, loves being pet, you can't do shit about it isn't a nice thing to say when you're forcing your big dog under the table and inconveniencing people. Now, I actually asked her, what is the service dog for? It isn't appropriate to bring a large animal to the poker table unless you cannot physically function without it. Jess responded, this is on April 9th, she's a medical alert dog, which keeps me from burning the world or myself down in case of a nervous breakdown like the one I'm having thanks to this post. Now, not my post, he's referring to Justin Zacky's post. I responded back, if you wanted to walk around with her in the supermarket, I'd have no issue, but surely you have to see why a large dog in an already cramped space like a poker table could be an issue. Should someone prone to nervous breakdowns be in the pressure cooker known as a tournament poker in the first place? It's very weird when someone says that they have such high anxiety and are subject to nervous breakdowns, yet they play poker tournaments, which are very stressful, right? Like maybe that's not the career for you if you're prone to that. Anyway, I don't think she's lying about the mental health issues. She's discussed this before on her Twitter, so that's fine. But in my opinion, that shouldn't justify bringing a big dog to the table like that. She wrote about Justin Zachy at the time. Poker sucked so much these last 2 weeks. Spineless Justin Zachy, who I've played with often, publicly shamed me instead of addressing his issue directly. I'm proud that no matter what I don't wear, I'll never be as sadly pathetic as him. Hun, you need a life. So there's debate about this. Some people thought that Justin Zachy was inappropriate posting that picture of her and not just confronting her when it happened. Some people said the whole thing wasn't a big deal. Some people said the feet thing was a big deal, but not the dog. Some people said the dog was a big deal, not the feet. Some people said both of it were a big deal. So there was various discussion of it, and then it died out. The way I saw it, the big problem was with the dog. Because her dog is large. It encroaches upon other players' space. You can see it right there in that picture. If this was like a little lap dog, it'd be fine. But this dog ends up taking up space under the table and blocking other people. You really should not inconvenience anyone else like that and take away their leg room because you want to bring a dog, no matter what the reason. You can't just say your rights matter more than theirs. As far as the barefoot thing, it was only a problem because you had them high up on the seat and not on the floor. Her saying that they don't smell bad is ridiculous. Most times people have a hard time smelling odors from their own bodies because people get used to them. It's known as nose blindness, and it's a real thing. So it could easily be the case where her feet smell bad and she couldn't tell. So she can't say my feet don't smell bad. That's not up to her to determine. But she had a bad attitude in the thread. I didn't like her attitude. It was kind of like, I'm doing this, too bad, you can't stop me. It wasn't even like, yeah, I see why this sucks for you. I'm really sorry. It's the only way I can play poker. I'll try to minimize your discomfort all I can. I totally get your problem. I wish there was something different I could do. I just can't play without this dog. Like, I still wouldn't agree with her, but at least it'd be polite. But she was very rude in the thread. But to be honest, from observing her account, as I kind of scrolled back and looked at some of her other tweets, she looks like she's got some kind of issues more than just mental health issues, kind of like just issues regarding social settings, shall I say. Seem like she's someone who's just a little bit different. I didn't think she's a bad person, just kind of someone who is not really aware of etiquette and her surroundings as much as she should be. So I did look at that from that perspective, that she wasn't trying to be nasty, but she just kind of deluded herself into believing that she was being persecuted. It's kind of the way I saw it. So then the story died shortly after it started in April, and that was that. There wasn't really action on it until 8 months later, when some pictures were posted by someone completely different. This time it was not Justin Zaki. This time it was David ODB Baker. David wrote on Twitter on December 8th, "Cool trend of bringing wolves to tournaments." Wolves referring to how big the dogs were, that they look like wolves. "Who cares about allergies or the dog's feelings or potential biting incidents? Someone make it stop." And he posted 2 pictures, one of Jess and one of some guy, both with big dogs. So as I said earlier, David and I are no fans of one another, and we often disagree and we don't like each other, but I will tell you, he is correct on this one, just like he was correct about the other thing I discussed earlier. Can't believe I agree with him twice in one show. That's pretty shocking. Never thought I'd say that. Anyway, most people agreed with David on this issue, but some didn't. There was one really emotional guy who went back and forth aggressively with David, but I'll skip it because it doesn't really matter. But I will say that David did not tag or message Jessica directly, just as Justin didn't do that back in April. But just like back in April, she responded and identified herself as one of the 2 people in the picture. She responded about 36 hours later, and she responded with a 6.5-minute video, which I'm going to play you. That's perfect because it's audio for this show. You can listen in her own words. The strange thing was she posted the same video twice, about 5 hours apart, with very slightly different wording, like in the introduction to the video. But it was the same video twice. I don't know why she did it twice, but whatever. I will play you the video. She wrote, "Welcome to Crazy Town. This is the final response to the, quote, service dog issue reported on X by lovely David Baker. Thanks to everyone who defended me and the people who are in the same boat as me. Now you can go on with more important, higher frequency issues. Cheers." So here we go. This is her 6.5-minute response to David Baker and anyone else who has an issue with her and her dog. By the way, this time apparently she kept her shoes on, so props to her for that one in December, that she at least kept the shoes on while she brought the big dog.
Hi guys. This is a video to respond to the X post of David Baker yesterday, who took some pictures of me and Leia, my husky, and another person and his husky, to what I assume is collect public support for shaming us for bringing our dogs into the poker environment. Totally neutral, unbiased, okay? Sure. I thought about it long and hard if I should respond or not, because I'll admit it is a little bit frustrating and exhausting to have to keep repeating myself. But I will do it one more time, and then in the future, when topics like that come up, I will just refer to this video. So Leia is a service dog. And not all service dogs help with obvious things like blindness. Some help with diabetes. Some help with blood sugar, obviously blood sugar, diabetes, seizures. Mine is mental. I want to assume that everybody has their dog around them for a better reason than just having their pet with them. But for me, it's for mental health issues that I have been struggling with since I remember. And I didn't choose it, right? So I didn't go up before I came into this life, before I came into this world and said like, hey, yo, over here, send me as much pain as you can because, man, I really want to, be challenged and go through shit all the time. I mean, I am, and, you live and grow with your challenges, but it's not something that I like talking about, and it's not something that I enjoy having.
I believe her on this part. I don't think she's faking the mental issues. I don't think she's even exaggerating the mental issues. I think she really does have emotional issues here. I think she does probably have panic attacks, anxiety, depression, things like that. And I think it probably is true that the dog makes her feel better. So I don't think this is being fabricated. And if it is being exaggerated, it's probably not that much, if at all. Let's go on.
I do a lot of stuff to stay healthy. Like, I meditate every day, I quit drinking, I eat very healthily, I work out every other day, I go to therapy, and Leia is also a very essential part of that because when I do still get into manic states, she can help me, bring me down. She'll tug at me, she'll actually howl, she'll lick my face, like she'll be grounding essentially. It's a medical alert dog. It means like, okay, come back to the present and take your meds. Okay?
Let me stop right here. I guess I believe this too. This may be something of a security blanket to her where she doesn't necessarily need a dog to do this, but she's just gotten used to it, and having the dog there is comforting when she gets into these states. And if this were an explanation, like I said back in April, if this were an explanation as to why she's bringing this big dog around through the grocery store, I'd say, I guess, okay. I still think this emotional support animal thing has been badly abused by people. But I'll say, okay, if you really need it, and you need to have this dog with you when you go around to do necessary things for your life, like shop for groceries, and you're afraid if you don't bring the dog, you're going to have major panic attacks, that, okay, fine, bring the dog. But I'll get to shortly why this shouldn't apply to poker.
And she has more than once probably saved my life. Prevented me from doing stupid things. That all being said, I understand that she is a big dog, and I feel bad for making people feel uncomfortable. And while I will never sacrifice my mental health, my passion, my career, my happiness for someone else's convenience.
Okay, now we're going off the rails here. This is the problem, okay? I was kind of with her for the first half of this. Now we're at the 3:30 mark, so we're just past the halfway point. I was kind of with her until she gets to this selfish rant about how she's not going to sacrifice her mental health for others' convenience. Convenience? Convenience? This isn't about convenience. This is about taking up other people's space. This is about putting your dog in their space and saying, F you, I need it for my mental health, deal with it. So this isn't just about, not enjoying a dog by you. This is about actually having a dog in your space, and she's like, no, I'm more important than you are. My mental health is more important than you having any space to sit. My mental health makes me more important than you, and you must bend to me. I must be able to inconvenience you and make you physically uncomfortable so you can accommodate my presence here. That's a very, very entitled attitude that nobody should ever have.
I strongly believe in compromise. I think that there's a possibility that we can work it out, and I think I ask about 30 times a tournament, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? And looking underneath the table and making sure that she's not in anyone's way. If I do breach this promise of considering you, or like doing I'm definitely like, I'm doing my best. Okay. Sometimes I'm tilted. Sometimes I'm like stuck in my head. I'm going through hands. Like there's stuff from the outside world, like normal life, that can affect me while I'm playing poker.
Let me stop this here. You might picture so far from the way she is here, especially with that little entitled speech she made about 30 seconds ago, that she's probably a very difficult person to have at the table and unpleasant to have at the table. And you would actually be wrong. Apparently, from reports that I'm reading, no one has ever had a problem with her being rude or unpleasant at the table. People who have played with her have had good things to say about her attitude and demeanor at the table. She is known to be nice and friendly to people for the most part at the table, and pleasant to play with, minus the dog and maybe putting her feet up on the chair. But as far as the attitude she has at the table, people seem to think she's nice. So I actually do believe that she asks people, are you okay, regarding the dog. The problem comes from, if someone were to say no, it doesn't sound like she'd say, oh, okay, the dog won't be under the table then, or, oh, okay, maybe I won't bring the dog next time. Like, it's kind of like, are you okay? But then if they're not, then what does she do? But let's listen on here.
So hold me accountable. Call me out. I like to be held accountable because it allows me to live up to the standards I set for myself. Okay? But also, I want to point out that there are people like this ominous account on X yesterday. I saw the notifications. It was a little ironic, but I was put on a list called Inconsiderate People by an account called Keep Your Dogs at Home. It is ironic because I am not sure. I could be wrong. I'm not sure who's being inconsiderate here. The person who has a medical issue that they didn't choose, that they didn't volunteer for, and at least to my awareness, you never know, and has a dog that can actually help her deal with her issues and be a better person, and takes away some space. Fair enough.
Okay, I already see where this is going. She's basically saying, I didn't choose this problem, so who's being inconsiderate here? Me or the people who are losing their space that they should have for their legs at the table? That's a terrible argument. Look, let's say I made the argument that I have stomach problems that I didn't ask for, and a lot of times I feel like I have to crap when I'm at the table, but I can't go leave the table to crap because then I'm going to miss hands. I'm going to blind off. So what if, because of this stomach problem I didn't ask for, that I wore a diaper to the table and just crapped in my pants and everybody had to smell it? Like, wouldn't that be the same thing? It would be, right? Because this would be a medical problem I didn't ask for. It'd be a real medical problem. It would be something that would affect my poker play, this medical problem, and that wearing the diaper there would solve the problem because I could crap and then I wouldn't miss hands. So problem solved, right? I mean, yeah, it creates a terrible smell at the table, but you guys just have to accommodate that. I shouldn't have to give up my career for that, right? You are being insensitive if you don't want to smell shit at the table. Too bad. You have to wait till break when I can change my diaper. What if I put that out? What if I made a video saying that? You think I'd get a good reaction? You think that would be fair? You think I would be selfish by doing that? Of course, the answer would be yes, that'd be very selfish. So she's basically doing the same thing here, except she's doing it with space rather than a smell. Or maybe when she takes her shoes off, she does both. But you can't just say, I didn't ask for this problem, so now you have to suffer to deal with my problem. That's what she's trying to say. Let's finish off the video.
Or the person who calls out another person for having a medical issue and dealing with it in a certain way, and basically shaming them for having medical issues. I mean, it's not like I go bragging around with it, It's like, it's not a happy topic. And yeah, so what I experience, I would not wish on my worst enemy. And I really hope that none of you ever need a service dog. I think, David, after taking pictures of people behind their backs and posting them online and mistaking dogs for wolves and frantically begging, please make it stop, I think it might be too late for you already. So, welcome to Crazy Town, brother. I live here, and I'm sure I could show you around.
That's the end of the video. So for the most part, I didn't like that. While I believe that she does have a lot of issues, and I believe the dog makes her feel better, I did not like that. That was very, very entitled sounding. Now, David responded, and it was kind of a weird response. It was like sort of nice and sort of not nice. He wrote, "Thank you for your heartfelt video. I'm sorry you are in this mental space. Unlucky that you were by me after seeing multiple other large furry dogs. Yes, I was tilted." So, okay, so far he seems like understanding. Like, I'm sorry you're having these problems, and it was unlucky for you that I happened to take the picture of you after I saw multiple other dogs that just were frustrating me, and I kind of took it out on you. That's kind of what he's saying there. He went on to write, "I am always tilted when I have a long-haired dog under the table or around me. I'm allergic to them. I've also heard multiple instances of the dog biting a food runner at PGT and a floor staff at resorts." This Resorts World he's referring to. All in the last 6 months. So this is kind of a weird place to jump. So he starts off by like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I only posted this picture of you because you were the 4th or 5th one I saw. I got tired of it, and you just happened to be the one I posted, and I'm sorry you're in this space, and yes, I was tilted." But then he went on to reveal something that hadn't been revealed anywhere, and that was that this dog apparently bit people on 2 different occasions, which does change the situation a lot. If that dog's biting people, it definitely should not be in the poker room. I mean, put the whole space concern out of it. This is even worse, that it's biting people. So it's kind of funny, he's starting off kind of apologetic and then kind of slips in there, "Oh yeah, your dog's biting people, by the way." And it was in the last 6 months. He went on to write, "I don't know the answer, but I do feel bad. I have made you feel bad even more. But I'm not convinced the strong proliferation of dogs in the room are needed. I have a dog I love. I'm not anti-dog. I'm anti-dog in poker room while playing. I don't believe most of them are necessary. If yours is, then I apologize. We played in the studio," I think referring to Poker Go, "and you spilt water all over the floor giving it to your dog. You didn't clean it up. It sat there for 30 minutes and it was in a slippery area. You looked frustrated that no one would clean it, but it was your fault." So, again, he's calling out something else that happened with her that he witnessed that was insensitive. But then he goes back to the nice guy mode, saying, "The post took off more than I planned, but yeah, I want to know how alone I am in not wanting large wolf-like dogs at my feet. The story got even weirder when someone I don't know said me posting this was similar to me running up and screaming in the face of someone in a wheelchair and calling them a lazy fuck. That's not me. I'm a nice person, and again, I apologize for the pain I've caused you. I'm sure you have to understand where this stems from, and also maybe if others weren't abusing it, then yours would be more tolerated. I don't know where to go from here except to say I'm sorry, and I hope you find strength and mental stability. I won't single you out again." That's a really weird post, because this really was like a nice guy sandwich. It's like the beginning and end were very nice and sweet and sensitive, and then the middle's like, "Oh, let me tell you all these other shitty things you've done." I don't know what he was going for there. I don't know if it was passive-aggressive. I don't know if he really felt bad but also didn't feel bad. I don't know if he felt bad but also wanted the world to know, like, all the problems she's caused. It's a weird response, but that was the response. Now, in case you think he had a change of heart from her video and from listening to what his tweet was, he then started retweeting people that were making negative references about what she had done, or people making jokes about it. For example, a guy named Slew wrote, "I like to jerk off for my mental health, but I don't do it at the poker table. Leave your dog at home or don't play live poker." And David retweeted that. I mean, the guy kind of has a good point, this Slew. Slew is saying, yeah, it would help my mental health if I could jerk it right at the table, but I can't do that, obviously. So I jerk off at home. And if I want to jerk off at the poker table, I got to wait till I get back home. So how come I can't jerk off at the poker table to make myself feel better, but you can have a big dog? I mean, it's kind of a good point. Matt Glantz, who's a close friend of David's, said, some people should be in a padded room, not a poker room. I have to think that's aimed at Jess. But you know what? They're right. It's bad enough if you're going to bring a gigantic dog that takes up people's personal space. And it's no small thing to take up someone else's space. You can't just say, too bad, I'm taking your space, deal with it. Every person has a right to basic comfort, especially in a poker tournament. So you can't just say, I'm removing your space for your legs, but it's for me and my mental health, so you got to deal with it. You can't do that. But it's bad enough to just have that, but apparently the dog bit two people, and that she also spilled water on the floor that was meant for the dog, and then didn't clean it, and she was waiting for someone else to come do it. It's like, oh, when is someone going to clean this water already? If that story is true, that's pretty messed up. That really does show entitlement. And I'm getting an entitled vibe from her in general. Now, as I said, I'm kind of sensing some issues, whatever they might be, to where maybe she doesn't quite understand how she's coming off. Maybe she doesn't realize that she's this entitled. Maybe she has some social skills issues. But still, you can't do this. Your needs are not more important than everybody else's needs. Everybody should be equal. So even if the dog were 100% well behaved, it's still shitty because, as you can see in the picture I posted, you can go find the thread. It's called Bare Feet and a Big Dog in Tournament Poker on the Poker Fraud Alert forum. You can see the dog's right in this guy's space. Very hard for him to have his feet have any room. Even if the dog is behaving great, then it's just really, really brutal to have a big animal at your feet all day. This would especially be tough on a tall person like me. I'm not a small guy. I don't have any dog allergies, but I would hate to have a big animal blocking my feet the whole time. It'd be very uncomfortable. It would be hard to play that way. Not only am I tall, but I'm also older. So I need space. I need to have at least a basic level of comfort when I'm playing poker for all these hours on end, trying to make it in a tournament. It's hard enough to win these tournaments without these extra factors that are distracting you. So I stated this in the thread, and I had some contrarians ask me, okay, but by your logic, shouldn't the dog allergy people stay at home instead of her? Because I brought up the allergy thing, even though it doesn't apply to me. But I said, look, if you're bringing your dog there, you may have medical problems that you're bringing the dog there for, but you're bringing on other people's medical problems, and that's very selfish of you. So some people said, well, yeah, by your logic, though, shouldn't the dog allergy people stay home? But my answer is no, because you shouldn't have to worry about dogs in a poker room if you have an allergy. The person with the dog allergy would be a jerk to tell people to keep their dogs away from the city park. In that case, the person who has the dog allergy should stay home, because it's very reasonable to expect dogs at a city park. But in a poker room, anyone with dog allergies should have an expectation that they're not going to be forced to sit right next to a huge dog. And it's ridiculous to say that they should have to or to stay home. Also, poker is not a right. Poker is not a necessity. So if she cannot play poker in a live poker setting without possibly freaking out because she doesn't have her dog, there's a very simple solution. Don't play live then. Play online. Then you can have your dog next to your feet the entire time. You can have her whatever you like with you if you're going to play online. So just play online poker. Or get a different profession entirely. Poker is not for everyone. If you have limitations that make it very tough or impossible for you to play poker, especially tournament poker, then just don't play. Look at old people. There's a lot of old people who don't play tournament poker anymore because they simply cannot sit there for that long of a time. It gets very uncomfortable for them and they don't want to do it. Should they make the tournament days 3 hours instead of 10 hours to accommodate the 80-year-olds so they can play again? No. The 80-year-olds just stay home because the only solution to this is to make the day super short and inconvenience everybody else. So when it's your issue that is making it to where you cannot play without some modifications to the whole thing, then you either have to deal with it or stay home. You don't push your will and your needs upon others. You don't say, I get to inconvenience everybody else to accommodate me. You can only say that for necessities. You can only say that if your choice of staying home is not a choice because you have basic needs. So, for example, it's understandable why a landlord couldn't tell a blind person that they couldn't have their guide dog in the apartment. It's understandable why other businesses can't tell a blind person not to bring their guide dog. Now, when you get to emotional support animals, the problem is it's too subjective, and anyone can claim that their animal is needed for emotional support, and there's no way to prove it. But even if you want to say it's a real thing, once you get to places that these people don't have to be, where they're voluntarily going, the actual answer is just stay home instead of bringing the big dog, especially poker. And I'll tell you, if you really have nervous breakdowns so easily, you should not be playing tournament poker because it's a very stressful thing to do. Such a weird thing to say, I have to play my tournament poker, a super stressful profession with super stressful moments. Oh, but I need my dog there in case I get stressed. Like, what? Now, let's say it was a blind person at a poker tournament. Well, okay. Then it's a different story. Blindness is a major handicap where it's reasonable to where everyone else should have to make at least a little accommodation, even at some inconvenience to them. I still don't think anyone should have a giant dog at their feet, even if the person next to them is blind. But at least when blind, you can allow them to inconvenience you a little bit, because that is a major disability. But if it's just a matter of, it would be nicer to have your dog with you so you don't have extra anxiety, that's not a good enough reason to inconvenience everybody else around you. It just does not rise to that level. Now, as you guys know, at least I think most of you know this, I picked up a very bad anxiety issue in 2018. I was someone who picked up a later in life anxiety issue that I never had before. And it has never completely gone away. It's a lot better than in 2018, but it has never completely gone away. I even had a somewhat lighter but definitely troublesome reoccurrence of it earlier this year. Now, you know what I never considered doing? Bringing a huge animal into the poker room when I had my anxiety issues. Never once. In fact, when it was at its worst in 2018, and I knew I was not in the proper mental shape to play live poker, guess what I did? I stayed home. I stayed home. At no point did I believe anyone in the poker room needed to accommodate me. I felt that my anxiety was my problem, and until I was personally ready to go into that poker room and play live without causing a disruption, I was not going to play, and I didn't play. Poker's a stressful game. Tournaments are arguably even more stressful than cash. Maybe that's not the right thing for her to be doing for a living. But if it is, then she has to leave the dog at home. So I just don't like her attitude at all about this whole thing. She really believes the world has to accommodate her. She even said, yeah, it takes up space. Well, that's the way it goes. No, it's not. How about you don't take up space? How about you don't come at all? If you can't sit at the table without bringing a giant dog to take up everyone else's space. You are no more important than the rest of us. You're no less important, but you're no more important. So when you get to the point that you're deciding that others don't deserve normal space at the poker table, that it's okay if your dog bites people occasionally, as long as it's usually well behaved, then it's a you problem. Then it's you being insensitive. Then it's you being entitled, and it's you believing that your needs are more important than everybody else's. So I don't think she learned from this. Seems like she's got a very defiant attitude. What is a little weird here is that people like her when they play with her. That's the disconnect I have. You'd expect someone like that to just be really unpleasant to have around, but it's not what I'm hearing. Very strange. Let's talk about another controversy on X related to someone playing poker and what was with them when they were playing. This is a bit different. This is not about a dog. It's not about any animal. It's about someone that some people would describe as an animal in the way they act, but it's about all humans. Faraz Jaka is a pro poker player and poker coach. He is not a friend of mine. He's not someone I dislike. My opinion of him is very neutral. We've also had very little interaction, either online or live. In fact, I don't even know if we've ever played together live. His coaching service has a pretty good reputation. He did cause himself a little bit of embarrassment in the 2025 main event of the World Series of Poker. He got eliminated on day one, when 2/3 of the field survives, by playing 7-deuce offsuit and then running into a flop set. He also didn't let go of the hand and called down with a pair of deuces, then made trips, and then was losing to top set full and busted. So he did not play that hand well. He was not setting a good example for his students, but okay, we all make mistakes at the poker table. So I'm not going to hold that against him. To be fair, another highly prolific coach, Chance Cornuth, flubbed something at the same main event on a live stream. He called off a lot of chips with just pocket eights unimproved against a tight player who had kings. So, not a good World Series for the coaches in 2025. But this is not about Faraz's poker play. This is not about the quality of his coaching, which again I heard is pretty good. This is about optics. On December 2nd, right-wing influencer Tim Pool, who has 2.5 million followers on X, announced he would be playing poker with Faraz in West Virginia, of all places. He tweeted, "This Saturday around 9 a.m. I will be playing poker at Hollywood Charlestown in West Virginia with Faraz Jaka. Y'all are welcome to come and grab a seat if it doesn't fill up right away. Might end up packed. We're thinking of 2.5 or 5.10, depending upon what people are feeling." Now, despite that announcement, and despite Tim Pool's very large following, this went unnoticed. I think it's because if you're following Tim Pool, you're probably at least somewhat of a fan of his. So someone sees something like that, they're okay, Tim's going to play poker in West Virginia and with some poker pro we haven't heard of. Okay, no big deal. No one's going to comment on that, and no one's going to be outraged by it because if you're following Tim Pool, you probably like Tim Pool. So until Faraz posted about it himself, no one in poker even noticed this was going to happen. Now, for whatever reason, this got changed to Washington, D.C. instead of West Virginia. But they did end up meeting up, and Faraz posted about it. Faraz posted breaking up my Hard Rock and Bahamas tours with a cash game and weekend hang with Tim Pool in D.C. Tables a riot. And it showed him sitting next to Tim Pool in two different pictures and them kind of laughing and having a good time. So what's wrong with that? You know, Tim Pool is a right-wing influencer, and Faraz had a little public poker meetup with him and played a little poker with a guy in D.C. So why is that controversial? Well, it shouldn't be, but it was. Faraz got attacked by various left-wingers on poker Twitter who were triggered that he dared coach and play with a guy like Tim Pool. I guarantee you I will never give any coach a hard time for coaching or playing with someone on the left. Never. Now, Faraz tried to explain that this was not a political move on his part, but it fell upon deaf ears. The outrage train had already left the station. He tweeted, "This had nothing to do with politics. I've always played and coached people from all walks, regardless of their views." By the way, both of those tweets that I just read you from Faraz were deleted, but I had the foresight to save them, so I preserved them and put them up on Poker Fraud Alert. The real hit against Faraz came from very left-wing poker player Andrew Brokos, who runs the Thinking Poker podcast. Now, I will say Brokos is a very smart guy, but he's also extremely woke. And in fact, he still lists his pronouns as he, him. And he's not trans in any way. He's just a dude. He's just a regular dude. Born male, acts male, is male, doesn't claim he's not male, but he still puts down he, him in his X-bio. Why would you put that, especially as we're approaching 2026? Why would you put your pronouns? If you look at Andrew Brokos, he has like a long beard. There's no doubt he's a male. So why put he, him? Who is he telling that his pronouns are he, him? Shouldn't that be assumed? Shouldn't it be obvious? It's just stupid virtue signaling. So again, he's a smart guy. I don't think he's a bad person, but he's really all wrapped up in these left-wing woke politics, and it came out here badly. Not about the pronouns, but what I'm about to read you. He tweeted, "This isn't just about playing poker with or coaching a bad actor. This is facilitating the harm." You've got to be kidding me. The harm? Okay, what kind of harm? Tim literally got paid to promote fascism via his online platform. Appearances like this buttress his brand and credibility as an influencer and directly contribute to the harm. What harm? Seriously, what harm? So shortly after this, with most but not all people agreeing with Brokos, who of course are probably biased left because they follow him, Faraz deleted everything about this. But as I said, I did capture all of it, so I still have it. But I think this is completely out of line on the part of Andrew Brokos. Now, before we get to that, let me explain something. He said, Tim literally got paid to promote fascism via his online platform. Now, what did Andrew mean by that? He's referring to the Lauren Chen Russian influence scandal of 2024. Lauren Chen is a conservative influencer, and she and her husband own a conservative media company. And that company featured herself, Tim Pool, and several others. Apparently, they received a lot of money from Russia, presumably to push Russia's preferred narratives upon their audience. So yes, Russia really was paying Lauren Chen and her husband, and presumably were paying them to say what Russia wanted, which is pretty bad. But hold on a second. Andrew said that Tim got paid to promote fascism via his online platform. So is that what Russia paid for? Did Russia pay Tim to promote fascism on his platform? No, that's not how it went. It turned out that, as always, the truth was far more complicated than the narrative. This is the problem with extremists on both sides, is they always want a simple narrative, and they don't even stop to consider the complexities of whatever situation comes up. They analyze it from the most partisan standpoint possible and don't consider anything else. In this case, and I was looking into this extensively when it happened last year, the weird thing was that Lauren Chen herself became very anti-Trump and very abruptly around the time the payments started from Russia. She kept saying that Trump isn't conservative enough on things like abortion and other issues, and that she's no longer supporting him. She wasn't claiming she was going to vote for Kamala. She was basically saying, I just can't support him anymore. I'm just not going to support anyone. So this was not a pro-Trump Russian operation. This was an anti-Trump Russian operation, where they paid certain right-wing influencers to demotivate conservatives from going to the polls to vote for Trump. And it was actually very clever, because if Russia pays left-wingers to bash Trump, well, that's not going to do anything, because left-wingers always bash Trump, and their audience already hates Trump. So that's not going to do any good. The way they're going to get some influence here, the way they're going to change the results of the election, maybe, is by paying conservative influencers to bash Trump to make their audience just not want to go vote for him. Not necessarily vote for Kamala, but just not show up at all, which then raises the chance that Kamala will win. And since U.S. elections, U.S. presidential elections, are binary, where you're choosing between two candidates, if Trump doesn't win, then the Democrat wins. So this Russian operation was actually to make Trump lose. It was giving money to conservatives to make Trump lose. Now, Tim Pool denied that he received any money from Russia. He denied that he knew anything about the money that Lauren Chen was receiving. He said he was never influenced by Lauren to push any kind of narrative, that he was always his own man. I don't believe him. There's no hard proof that he had knowledge, so it kind of died there. But yeah, I believe that he knew about this, and I do believe he probably did say things Russia wanted him to say. But he didn't promote fascism. That's what Andrew Brokos was trying to say, that Tim Pool was taking money from Russia to promote fascism, aka get Trump elected. But that's not what happened. He actually was on a platform that took money from Russia to make Trump lose. In fact, Brokos should have been happy about that. Anyway, a lot of people on the left were clutching their pearls really hard, and they were claiming that by having Pool in this game with him and coaching him and tweeting about him, that Faraz is platforming fascism. Give me a break. First of all, Faraz Jaka cannot platform Tim Pool. The reason is because Tim Pool is the one who has a gigantic following. He has 2.5 million followers on X, 2.56 million followers on YouTube, and Faraz has a whopping 45,000 followers on X. So Tim Pool has more than 50 times the followers on X compared to Faraz. So a poker coach cannot platform a huge right-wing celebrity when the huge right-wing celebrity already has a big following and the poker coach only has a niche following. That's a big, big hole in the argument. The person with the much bigger following is not being platformed when a much lesser-known person mentions them on their social media account. That's just not how platforming works. Platforming is where someone with a big following gives someone with a lesser following attention. Or sometimes if someone with equal following gives someone else attention who otherwise wouldn't have gotten it from that audience. But not when someone who has 45,000 followers, who's a poker coach, mentions someone who has 2.5 million followers and is known by most conservatives on social media. So there's no platforming going on here. In fact, if there was any platforming, it was the other way around. It was that Tim was platforming Faraz. Also, the basic premise of Broko's complaint was stupid, even if you want to ignore the whole platforming thing. It's not like Faraz is putting some unknown neo-Nazi front and center and giving that neo-Nazi a chance to speak and say all his hateful things on Faraz's platform. That would be something people could complain about. All Faraz was doing was playing poker with him and posting 2 pictures of them playing poker together. Faraz was not giving him any opportunity to express his political opinions. In fact, Poole was not even wearing any kind of politically related outfits. He was just wearing regular clothes and his trademark beanie. So even though Tim is a very political guy, this was not a political event. Faraz did not tweet anything about politics. He didn't discuss Tim's views. He didn't give Tim his platform to express any political views. They simply played poker together, and Faraz posted a picture of it. Big fucking deal. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Platforming fascism. So stupid. Now, I'm not saying that I'm a fan of Tim Pool's. I'm really not. He holds certain alt-right views, which I don't agree with. He's not super extreme, but there's some stuff I don't agree with that he says. I'm just not really a fan of his show. I wouldn't describe him as a fascist, but even if he with him is harmless and it's a non-story. Even if Faraz is going out of his way to show up to play with him, even if he posts a few pictures together, who cares? The only reason this is a story at all is because Brokos and people like him were freaking out about it. And the worst part is this is thought policing. Brokos hates Tim Pool's politics and therefore expects everyone else in poker to fall in line with his, Andrew's, views. Otherwise, they're evil. So to Brokos, playing poker with an influencer he doesn't like is some kind of cardinal sin. But if you play poker with an extreme leftist, Brokos would have no problem. Like, let's say Faraz played with Sean King. Do you think Brokos would complain? Of course not. In fact, no matter how objectionable the left-wing influencer were to be, I doubt Brokos would ever complain if Faraz played with him. Only it's a right-wing influencer he's going to complain about. So it's thought policing. It's saying, if you don't think like me, you can't play poker with people who think differently politically than I do, or otherwise I'm going to shame you and make people hate you. That's a really, really ugly thing to do to someone. I really hate things like that. Now you might say, oh, Druff, you're just defending him because he had a right-winger at the table with him. He was coaching a right-winger. I bet if this were the other way around, I bet if he were playing with a left-winger, you'd find a way to criticize it. And the answer is no, and I can prove it. To show you how consistent I am, do you remember when Phil Galfond announced that Justin Bonomo was going to be a new Run It Once content creator? And he got all kinds of backlash because this is right around the same time when Bonomo was tweeting some really awful things about the 10/7 attacks against Israel, including doubting that women had been raped there, and in fact at one point said there's only one verified rape in defense of Hamas, as if that's okay. There's a lot more than one, but let's just say there was one. Justin the feminist is saying, well, there was only one verified rape, so what's your problem? He actually wrote, there's been only one verified rape. Only. So I think very negative things about Justin Bonomo in many ways. But guess who was a defender of Phil Galfond's right to have Justin Bonomo as a content creator and that people shouldn't be shaming him for it? Me. Because despite my dislike of Justin and my hatred of his extreme left and anti-Semitic politics, I defended Galfond's right to hire him. I said I would never purchase any of Justin's content myself, but I don't feel like he should be blackballed from creating or selling poker content, even if he says and writes reprehensible things. So just because I wouldn't buy it myself doesn't mean that I think that nobody should hire him to do this. That's what I said at the time. You can go look it up. So I definitely do not believe in saying, don't play with this guy, don't coach this guy, don't hire this guy, because his politics are different than mine. Even if it's a very extreme person. It's just thought policing. For a smart guy, Andrew Brokos wrote some things that were pretty stupid. Moving on, I want to talk about DraftKings and their prediction market product called DraftKings Predictions. That is an interesting development in the California and Texas markets especially, because these have been two stubborn markets regarding the legality, or shall I say lack of legality, of any kind of online gambling. Prior to the launch of DraftKings Predictions, there was no form of legalized sports betting in California or Texas. There was also no form of any kind of online gambling in those states. There is no form of legalized online poker in those states. In fact, Texas does not even have any kind of legalized live poker other than through these weird loopholes that some of these rooms engage in. But you can't just run a traditional poker room over there. Despite all of this, DraftKings launched a prediction markets product called DraftKings Predictions, and it's in 38 states as of December 19th. The main states they stayed away from are ones that have existing legalized sports betting that they didn't want to step on any toes, where they felt they would be facing some challenges. There has been a long war in California regarding who has the right to offer online gambling and who has the right to offer sports betting, whether it's live or online. The California Indian tribes have had exclusive access, for the most part, to gambling in the state since the 1990s, and they don't like having to share. So that's what's been the holdup. It hasn't been any kind of philosophical reason that California doesn't want gambling. California is okay with gambling. It's just a matter of who runs it, and there's been a stalemate all this time. So we're just not getting anything here. DraftKings decided they're just going to leapfrog the whole thing, and instead of starting a traditional sportsbook here, which they do have traditional sportsbooks otherwise online, they just decided to start a prediction market in these 38 states, including California and Texas. Prediction markets are very controversial because they really are gambling, if you want to be honest. And it's just another way to refer to gambling, calling it a prediction market. And the way they make the distinction is, oh, you're actually not betting against the house. You're just choosing something and the odds it's going to happen versus you versus another user on the site. So it's a prediction market. It's not the same as gambling where you're gambling against the house. But that's a very weak argument for a few reasons. One of which, that these sites often book these bets themselves, despite claiming that there's another user on the other side. Sometimes there is a user on another side, but you can never really get any of these going without there being a market maker, and the market maker is always the book. So that's the main area where their claims that it's not gambling fails. There's other areas where it fails too, and that it's just basically gambling. It's basically the same bet, just in a different way. Some of them make you buy it as if you're buying shares like you would in the stock market, but some of them are just jumping past that too and letting you just bet on sportsbook style odds like, plus 100, minus 120, so it doesn't confuse people. And it looks like DraftKings Predictions, which I haven't used yet, is doing exactly that. So there's really a very thin line between this and just regular sports betting. They don't offer parlays yet, but yeah, you can just go on there and bet on a lot of different things. So that is there in these 38 states now. If you have an existing DraftKings account, you cannot use the same balance. You actually have to make a separate account on DraftKings Predictions, but it's the same company. Whether this remains legal in places like California and Texas is in question. Now, you're not going to lose your money. At worst, if it becomes illegal, then you'll just cash out. But it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. 3 of the 4 largest states in the nation, population-wise, will have access to DraftKings Predictions. California, Texas, and Florida. New York will not. Victor Rocha, who is high up at the Pechanga Indian tribe that runs the Pechanga Casino in Riverside County, he despises DraftKings, and he made it well known when DraftKings Predictions went live. He wrote, "California and DraftKings are at war again. We will use every resource available to choke the oxygen out of these rat bastards. It's a promise, not a threat. Bookmark this post." Wow. These rat bastards. It's a promise, not a threat. When he says every resource available, they donate a lot of money, these Indian tribes, to various California politicians, and they have some of them in their pocket. Not quite enough to get legalized sports betting themselves, but they do have some influence. So basically he's saying, okay, you're not going to get away with this. We're going to use our influence, and we are going to get this shut down. And he might be right. That might be the ultimate result. Victor Rocha was not very nice to those who were asking him critical questions. A guy asked, "Just curious, why only DraftKings? A few other operators have also been offering prediction markets in California, like Kalshi, and they're paving the way for all others." And instead of answering it, remember the guy said, "Just curious?" Victor Rocha sarcastically responded, "Stay curious. Life is a richer experience." That's kind of a nasty response. So I said, you know what? F him. I'm just going to explain it to everybody. So I said, for those wondering, the California tribes have been at war with DraftKings for a while now over sports betting rights. That's why California still has no legalized online gambling or any sports betting. DraftKings entering California via prediction markets is a one battle in this long war. And that's what it really is. He's mad that they won a battle here. That they just entered the market anyway. So he's like, okay, I promise you're going to be gone soon enough. I'm going to boot you out of the state. Am I going to use it? Yeah, probably. It's always good to have more options for sports betting. You always want to check every book that you have for the best line possible. If you are only using 1 or 2 books, you're probably not a winning sports bettor. It's very important to always get the best line. At the moment, actually, what I'm seeing is the prediction market site Polymarket typically has the best line because there's no juice. You're technically not supposed to be on there if you're from the U.S., but they're very, very lax about that. Let's just say that. So I'll probably use it. But how do I feel about it other than being able to use it? Well, whatever. I have no sympathy for the Indian tribes. They've really abused their position. They've abused the players. They've developed ridiculously unrealistic expectations about their exclusivity and keeping others out of the market. And Indian gaming has not done for the tribes what it was supposed to. It was supposed to make the tribe self-sufficient. It was supposed to share the wealth with the poorer people of the tribe. Instead, it just made a few very rich, and everybody else in the tribe stays very poor. So that's not what was intended. Indian gaming has been a failure as far as what it was supposed to be, and it's time to just open up the market to everyone in the states that want the gambling. So California should just really let anyone run a casino and leave it up to the counties and cities whether they want to have it in their locality. But other than that, anyone should be able to apply for and be granted a license if they seem qualified. So we will see what happens with DraftKings Predictions. I will let you know if somehow it becomes illegal. And once I get on there, I haven't signed up yet, but once I get on there and try it, I'll give you my impression if there's anything worth noting beyond what's standard. Now, how do I come to the conclusion that I believe California might clamp down on DraftKings Predictions? Well, it's because they already have clamped down on 3 other sites that they don't feel are operating legally. Stake.us, Clubs Poker and Global Poker will all be forced to leave the California market by December 30th. These companies have all been under pressure to leave the state. These all exist on what's called the sweepstakes model, which is a loophole allowing people to play real money poker and other forms of gambling on sites like Stake. And the way they have been getting around this is by allowing people to not win direct cash, but to win coins, which supposedly can be used for sweepstakes. And basically what they're doing is taking advantage of a legal loophole that has allowed sweepstakes to exist without violating gambling laws around the country, because sweepstakes have been around for a long time. So it's taking this sweepstakes concept and very loosely applying it and turning it into a gambling site. And I'm surprised this lasted as long as it did. I thought this was going to be shut down right away, but these sites have existed in the U.S. for quite some time. And finally, some of these states are clamping down on them, and California is one of them. Now, you might wonder, why does California care so much? Because I told you earlier that California doesn't mind having gambling, and it's definitely not a conservative state. So what's going on here? Well, what do you think? Who might have some influence that wouldn't want these sites there? Yes, the Indian tribes. So the Indian tribes put pressure upon California politicians to put an end to these sweepstakes sites, or at least an end to them operating in California. So Assembly Bill 831, which was signed into law by Gavin Newsom, made it to where all of these sweepstakes gambling sites are no longer legal, and they have mostly decided to exit the California market. Club WPT Gold is an exception. They just made some modifications to their platform, which they felt would make it legal in California, though I'm doubtful about that, but they're staying for the moment. But Clubs Poker, Global Poker, and Stake.us are all leaving the California market by December 30th, so you will not be playing on any of these come December 31st. There's some belief that maybe in 2026 that some legalized alternative will be allowed in the state, or the Indian tribes will be allowed to partner with these sites and get a piece of the action. So it may be a temporary exit if that happens, but it's also possible that the Indian tribes just want them gone. So we will have to see. I don't play on any of these, but I know some people like them. I know I have some listeners who like them, but they're not going to be around within about a week and a half. But you know, everything comes to an end eventually. All right, finally, I want to tell you about my experience with Ticks for Tonight. They're also known as Ticks and number 4, or Ticks number 4 Vegas. It's always, the 4 is just the numeral 4. But they go by those 3 names: Ticks for Tonight, Ticks 4, and Ticks 4 Vegas. And there's other businesses similar to theirs in Vegas. They're not the only one. But you've probably heard of them. You probably have the belief that you can go to places like these and you can score some very nice deals on some last-minute tickets to shows in Vegas. And the concept has always been that if these shows don't sell well on a particular day, that they hand out these tickets very cheaply to these wholesalers, who then sell these tickets cheaply to people who are willing to come over there at the last minute. So basically, if you want a deal and you're willing to sit wherever's left, you can get into these shows very cheaply, which otherwise can be quite expensive. My impression, without ever having gone to one of these things, and they've been around for a long time, but my impression without ever having gone to them was that you go there's probably a line, and then you finally get to the front of the line, then you find that there just really is not much selection as far as anywhere decent to sit. So you can get nosebleed seats for cheaper than you normally would, but I don't want to sit there anyway, so why bother? That was my impression. So personally, I didn't think it would be something useful for me, so I never tried it. But remember I talked about the Grand Bazaar shops on a recent show, the ones right next to Horseshoe? Well, Ticks for Tonight is right there. And I also had a desire to see The Wizard of Oz at the Sphere, which is quite expensive. So I thought to myself, I'm willing to go last minute and get seats that aren't bought yet. So why don't I walk over to Ticks for Tonight and see what they have? Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe I'll even be willing to take some of the lesser seats there if I get a good enough deal. So I strolled into Ticks for Tonight, and I asked about same-day tickets to Wizard of Oz. Now, they had a sign up, in fact, a few signs, outside and inside of Ticks for Tonight, saying, ask about Wizard. Not ask for the Wizard of Oz. It says, ask about Wizard, like they're talking to you in code. So I thought, well, that's a good sign. Maybe technically they're not allowed to advertise that they are selling Wizard of Oz tickets, but maybe they can just say, ask about Wizard, and that's good enough to kind of signal everybody that you can get cheap tickets for Wizard over there. I said, okay, this is a good sign. I'm optimistic. So I went in to ask about Wizard. And let me tell you, I was surprised regarding what I found. The guy turned this computer monitor towards me and showed me where the seats were. First, he asked me what showing I want. I said, I don't care any of the showings. So he just picked one. And he showed me on his computer monitor what tickets were available and where. So he says, where do you want to sit? So I'm thinking, this looks pretty similar to what I just saw on Ticketmaster when I looked this up. But okay, maybe he's got better prices. So I said, okay, what about this seat right here? And I pointed to a seat. He goes over, he clicks on it. He quotes me a rate that's actually higher than Ticketmaster. This is supposed to be a discount ticket broker. Why is it marked up? So I thought, okay, maybe it's just that seat. So any section I looked at was more expensive than what Ticketmaster was selling these seats for. So I thought, okay, maybe it's just this show. Okay, let's look at the show later on at 8 o'clock. So we look at that same issue. The prices were marked up, not down. So I thought, okay, maybe it's just today. Maybe today's a busy day. So I said, can we look for just the cheapest day possible? Now, at this point, I wasn't going to be there for way in the future. But I said, okay, I'm flexible, I told him. This is just out of curiosity. I said, I'm flexible. Can you find the cheapest ticket for me? So he went through and found the cheapest ticket for me, which, yes, I'm sure you're not shocked, was more expensive than the cheapest ticket on Ticketmaster. So all this ask about Wizard crap, like you're supposed to ask them for special access to special Wizard prices, and they're more expensive than buying it through the regular box office. And it's not like every show's selling out. In fact, they don't sell out the shows there. They sell well, but they don't ever sell out. So you're not getting anything special with them. You're just paying higher prices. So they're actually giving you a worse deal by going to them. You go through the hassle of going down there, you're getting a worse deal. And I think they're capitalizing on people's memories of them when they actually did get you a deal. And apparently Vegas.com does the same shit. Now, at least this is online, but apparently Vegas.com also marks it up past what is being sold by the venue. Very sleazy. Out of curiosity, I also asked about high roller tickets, so I could compare them to the price of the high roller box office. Now, recall, as a Caesars Diamond, I get 2 free high roller tickets per month anyway, so I didn't really need them, but I was just curious. Well, finally, those tickets were a little bit cheaper than getting them from Caesars at the box office. Not by much, by a little bit. But there's plenty of deals you can find better than theirs, including if you go to the kiosk at any Caesars Rewards property and look at your offers under the entertainment section, you will see a 45% discount, at least as of right now, on the High Roller, which, if you use that, is substantially cheaper than what Ticks for Tonight can do for you. So all they can do in the High Roller is slightly better than the box office. And for the shows, apparently they can't, because Wizard of Oz, despite all the ask about Wizard shit, they're actually selling it for more money. I did confront the guy about this. I said, wait a minute, I don't understand what's going on here. Isn't this supposed to be a discount ticket broker? Why are your prices higher than Ticketmaster? And he's like, well, what, higher than Ticketmaster? Like, he didn't deny it, but he also wasn't admitting it. He's just kind of like repeating stuff back to me. And I said, well, no, again, are your prices higher than Ticketmaster? And if so, why? I don't understand this. What's the point of this place? And he didn't deny it. He just wouldn't acknowledge it either. He's kind of shrugging his shoulders and playing dumb. So I walked out. So don't bother with these. All these discount ticket brokers that you used to be able to get good deals with, I think that's not the case anymore. I don't think it was just what I was looking at. What I believe is going on is that they are no longer getting sent these seats for cheap. So they don't have access to the wholesale ticket prices anymore. I thought it worked well before. I thought that was smart, that these venues would dump the tickets that they clearly were not going to sell over to one of these ticket brokers who could then sell it at the last minute, and then everybody wins. Really, everybody wins, because you'll have people going to the show who otherwise wouldn't have gone if it were more expensive. So those seats get filled. They make extra money. The broker makes money on the commission. The venue makes money. So, like, everybody wins. This is really one of those rare cases where everybody wins. The only way someone loses is if someone who otherwise would have paid for a full-price ticket waits and does it at somewhere like Ticks for Tonight back when it was actually a deal. But aside from that, it was really an everybody wins situation. But for whatever reason, it seems that they are not giving these tickets anymore. Not just for Wizard, but I have a feeling that most of these shows just are not providing these services, these tickets anymore. In fact, maybe what they're choosing to do is just give them away through their hosts to the gamblers and not screw around with these third-party ticket brokers. So that has to be what's going on, something along those lines, and they're probably just living off their past reputation of getting people cheap tickets who don't bother to go check the regular prices. So if you want to get cheap tickets, that's not the way. Just wanted to put that out there. But you know what? If somebody's listening to this, who either is a customer of one of these places and has been recently a customer of one of these places, and you got a great deal, you can let me know. And if you happen to own or work at one of these places and I'm wrong, then tell me and let me know. And then next time I'm there, show me. Doesn't have to be Wizard. Show me something that I would be getting a much better deal than buying at the box office, because I just didn't see it. And when I go to Vegas.com, I see the same problem. Everything's marked up. I found this also happens with some of these small sites that sell sports tickets. Like if I want to go see the Dodgers, I'm usually getting the best deals on one of the major third-party brokers. Like buying it from Dodger directly is terrible. That's always an awful deal these days. So I always get my tickets from one of the bigger ticket brokers like StubHub or Game Time, SeatGeek. Those are the big three. And I find that the smaller ones will just have marked up tickets. Like there's no incentive to go with the smaller ones because they're more expensive and the selection is worse and the guarantee they give you is worse. Like there's really no upside to any of it. So always check prices. Don't just buy something because you think it's supposed to be cheaper. Always check prices. Always comparison shop. Always make sure you're getting a decent deal. All right. Well, I'm getting a decent deal for my throat that I can finish this show and recover. Thank you for listening to Poker Fraud Alert Radio as we probably close out 2025. We definitely won't be on again before Christmas. So if you are one of the non-Jews, Merry Christmas. And if you are a Jew, you have one last night of Chanukah, and then that is over. And by the time you hear this in the archives, then Chanukah will long be over. And I'm saying Chanukah because that's how they keep spelling it. I understand that's not how it's pronounced. It's actually Hanukkah. But the first letter does not have an English equivalent. So it's written usually with an H or a CH. And I don't like either of them. Really, the proper way to write it, if you're going to go phonetically, is KH. But no one writes it that way. And because so many people write with a C, I actually call it Chanukah to mock that spelling. Not to mock Hanukkah itself, it's to mock this English spelling of Hanukkah. But Hanukkah is almost over. Then comes Christmas. And then we start the new year. I didn't mean for 5 weeks to pass since the last show. In fact, I almost did another show very shortly after the November 16th show. Remember we had that weird thing where I did 2 shows within 2 days of each other? This one I stuffed it all together. Thought it was going to end up really long, but what did we end up with, like a little more than 5 hours here? Something along those lines. Well, thank you for listening, and I'll be back when I'm back sometime in 2026. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. Shalom.